Good morning and welcome to the stream, guys. I feel good this morning. I've got energy. That's nice. I feel like I slept well. Feel good right now. Yeah. Mira, Nero, Kitty Tisser, General Martok, Deceit, JC, Jaji, Vance Like, DMO Gaming. Martok, thank you very much for 21 months of subscribing. Appreciate that. Actual Facts Racing, Grand Poop, Paxius, Nublar, Mr. Jen, Dave, Bezin, Other Jen. Oh, wait, no. It's just a one Jen. Jilly, Overlord, Actual Facts Racing. K-Red, thank you so much for the 3 months of being a member on YouTube. Appreciate that, buddy. All right, guys. I think we're good. I think we're on the mend. I think our enfeebled and elderly body is on the mend. It could be a few different things. It's possible I have sleep apnea. So we're going to do a test for that. I have slightly abnormal thyroid levels. It might be that. It also might be I got a cold vaccine and a flu vaccine on the same day last week. And I might have still been a little sick from the week before. And it might have just like crushed my immune system. But whatever was going on, like I fired up the stream. I actually don't like that Nightbot command on YouTube. I would like to discontinue that Nightbot command. It feels very aggressive. There's a Nightbot command that says, Hutch is not friends with Destiny. Please stop trying to get him to collab with, stream with
5 douchebags.
Or to confront him personally. It feels a little aggressive. Combative. We went live on Sunday and it was brutal. Like I could not keep my eyes open. Like I felt on Sunday kind of perpetually. I don't even know what that Nightbot command is. I felt like I was at hour 20 of the 24-hour streams that I did, and I stayed that way the whole fucking day. Anyways, it's been annoying being a little sick for like the last 10 days. It's been pretty annoying, but I think I've definitely been feeling better the last couple of days. So I think we're good. Excuse me. K-Red, did I get you for the tier 1 membership? Thank you so much for that. DMO Gaming, thank you so much for 106 months on Twitch. Wow, thank you so much, buddy. And Calvicide with the tier 2 sub for 61 months. Thank you. Guys, T-minus six days until I get my Anaconda Colt 44 Magnum. And boy, am I excited. Boy, am I excited. Maybe we do a firing range stream? Huh? That could be fun. That could be fun. I don't have a gun safe for it. They give you, I think in well, I don't know. Is it like this in other states? In California, I think they have to give you a like gun container that you can lock up. But I'm probably gonna get a safe for it. Probably gonna replace the back, the rear sight, the rear whatever you call that. We might even get crazy and put an optic on that motherfucker. Running around like a fucking, like Black Ops 1, you know, like a Magnum with an ACOG scope. We might get crazy. Just do that with it. Why not? The thing is, with a 44 Magnum with an 8-inch barrel, you can technically use that to go like hunting if you wanted to do that. Burnt Bread, thank you so much for 10 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Keep up the good work. Let's get through 3 vids today. That is unlikely. The Piers Morgan Nick Fuentes video is like 3 hours long. So it's like the 2 towers of political interviews. I've only seen clips, but the clips are fucking wild. Yeah, this is a 2-hour video. Or I guess this was live?
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire.
Well, strap in. That should be fun. You think I should get a 12x scope on a pistol? Fuck it, right? Why not? Let's get in there. Let's get crazy with it. The Anaconda is kind of a meme gun. That'll just be a gun that'll just be like for hobby shooting. Because I want to get into marksmanship. I'm drawn to it. There's something about like handling a gun proficiently that is calling to me at the age of 42. Like I want to learn how to shoot straight. That'll be just kind of like a meme gun, like a gun to take to the range to fuck around with. And then, but we're probably gonna get a Glock, which is the one gun my dad told me not to get. And his reasoning was that when he was on the force, this was like 3 decades ago, one of his police buddies, the gun jammed on a hot day. And I tried to explain to my dad that that semi-auto pistols, because I've done a little homework since obtaining this firearm. I've done a little homework on guns, and apparently semi-auto guns used to be not that great back in the day, but they've gotten a lot better. At least that's what I heard on One Gun podcast. You actually can't put... I don't think you can put a laser sight on a handgun. Oh, you can put it on the top? You can do a top-mounted laser sight? Do people do this? They mount a laser on the top? Is this a thing? Then you can't see, though. Well, I guess you'd just be using the fucking laser then, right? Consult your local laws. Well, California is a bit restrictive, so whatever, any modifications I make, yeah, I'll be sure to check the laws or whatever. You can put a laser under. I don't know if Cali's got weird laws though. Where would you put the laser though? On an Anaconda? Where? Like how would you mount it? Please find a range with good safety officers and good courses. So what I will be doing is they're a little pricey, but I'm gonna pay for lessons. We're gonna take like a proficiency course, and like I feel reasonably comfortable with handguns. If you handed me a Glock, I would know what to do. Like chamber around, reload, put the safety on, all that stuff. But I'm not like super comfortable. So we'll do a lesson. We'll do a course. The only thing is that they offer in Los Angeles though is individual like one-on-one courses, and they're like $500. It's crazy. Mark Elias is now arguing to SCOTUS. What's on the docket this morning? The 44 Anaconda has a Picatinny rail. Is that how you say that? And you could mount a tack device on top, but then you can't see the iron sights. Then you just don't have any sights. But I guess you would just be using the laser sight then, right? Rory, thank you so much for 92 months, buddy. Have you seen Asmongold's reaction to the Fuentes interview? Nope. I have not. I have not been spending as much time on Twitter these days because I've just been playing a lot of Arc Raiders. And now Arc Raiders finally announced that you have to have 5 million in value to get the full 5 extra skill points next season, which is a crazy high amount. So I've just been grinding that game, trying to like successfully extract. I had a fucking encounter last night that it was like 25 minutes in raid. I spent 25 minutes in raid. I got to the extract when there was like 2.5 minutes left. I did everything right, bro. I did everything right the whole raid. I played it so tactical. It was during an electromagnetic storm, so it's like night and you can't hear shit. So I was being so cautious. And I had a fat haul, bro. I had 2 pink weapons. I had like 70, 80k value in stash, and I hit the extract thing. I wait for the elevator to come up. The elevator comes up. I run inside, and then I hear a raider off in the distance say, "Whoa, hold it, wait for me, wait for me." And I was like, you know what? My instinct was to just go. I was like, you know what? Let's do the right thing. So I hold the elevator, and the motherfucker throws a showstopper grenade at me, which just, it stops you dead in your tracks for like 4 seconds. And then he just runs up and smokes me with a level 1 rattler. And then as he's executing me, he just goes, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He just said it. And you know what? I believed him. Like, I believed him. I do think he was sorry. That was the most heartbreaking raid I've ever done in Arc Raiders. I did everything right, man. I like successfully, like I killed a guy who was trying to PvP me. You know, I got away from another guy who was trying to PvP me, and I was in a really bad spot, and I found a way to like throw smokes and get out of that situation and avoid the arc. And I did everything right. And this one motherfucker right at the end of the raid, this motherfucker, and I wasn't even mad. Like, you know, I wasn't even, when it happened, I was like, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. There was this one, hold on. I'm sorry to the people that don't play Arc Raiders. I just want to show you guys one video that is so fucking funny. And then we'll go straight to the Nick Fuentes thing. This is so fucking funny. Have you guys seen this video? It's so good. So the premise, if you guys are not players, is just like, this is a game that where most people are friendly, but there's enough people that PvP like scumbag you, where it just kind of makes you paranoid. And like, the more you play the game and the more you have an experience where somebody kills you in a really kind of rat way, it jades you. It makes you feel jaded. But anyways, just watch this video with me because it's so good.
Yo, I'm good. Just pass it through. All right. If you hear anybody over here scuffling around, I'm no harm. All right, bet. Don't shoot. What up, man? You don't talk?
It gets better. It gets better. Just keep watching.
Yo, I wasn't gonna shoot. Why did you shoot me? So I didn't even shoot you. Come on. I'm tired of y'all. Yo, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Do you have a defibrillator or something? Nah, man, I don't got one. But I can heal you a little bit, and then we can possibly crawl to the extraction point. I'm not making that. Just kill me. I'm just 200 meters away. I'm sorry, man. Come on. Come here. Gosh.
Wait for it.
Like somebody finally woke up. It was a mistake. Oh. That was a mistake? You didn't mean to do it? Nah, man. It seemed like you just snapped out that nice shit. You finally realize that all of these raiders aren't as nice as you think they are. It's crazy because I just ran into a friendly raider. We had a conversation right before I got killed by another one. And I was looting too. So what you saying is not true, man. I think you just ran into him on a good day. Run into him on a bad day. Where he has no money, no materials, no gun.
It's so good.
It's just a free loadout. See what happens then. It ain't gonna be no more conversation.
This is like it's like a skit, it's a meme, it's all that, but like this is literally what happened to me in this game. This is literally what happened to me in this game. 10 hours, no PvP encounters. I was like, this is great. Solos is super friendly. And then it happened one time. I got ratted one time and it just changed me. And it's just like once you get ratted for the first time, you just become so paranoid. Because even to this day, Arc Raider Solos is like 95% of the players are friendly that won't shoot on sight. You know, they're just looking for loot or they're questing. But that 5% that rat you, it just makes you paranoid. And so it changes you. It fucking literally changes you. All right, let's get to Always on My 116. Thank you so much for 4 months. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, let's start the video with Piers Morgan interviewing Nicholas Fuentes. This should be fun. We'll put that on theater. We'll go right here. Bing, bang, boom. All right. I've played Tarkov, man. It's just not. Tarkov is, I don't know. There's just Tarkov number one. The audio is, it's too like crunchy and high pitched. I don't know how else to describe it. Like it's just too, like I don't like the audio. And I really don't like the look of the game. I think that game is ugly. I think the graphics on that game are so outdated in 2025. It looks like a PS4 game. It is not at all intuitive. Like you have to look up so many explainers to understand what's going on in that game. Meanwhile, Arc Raiders is such a brilliant design that like a lot of that game is super intuitive. Just using video and audio cues, the game is communicating so much to you, just like with the audio, and it's like a totally different experience. It's not at all frustrating. Okay, let's get into this.
Wire subscriber or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the line should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining, and he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform, and Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk as we prepared for this in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable.
Guys, if you want me to do sort of longer stretches of watching the video without pausing, all you got to do is just get me to eat food. Boom. I've decided that the way that I was doing intermittent fasting was just not working for my purposes. So instead of doing the instead of fasting like through the morning and then into the afternoon, I'm going to have like, it's actually really good. It's like, it's a multi-grain bread with 10 grams of protein topped with some almond butter. And then hopefully that gives me a little bit more energy during the day. And then I'll fast until dinner. I think that's a better way to do it. But that's how you guys get me to stop pausing the video so much, is just have me eat a little food. We're good to go.
Reasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison, or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate, we play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
D Live has become a popular alternative to YouTube and Twitch among white supremacists, conspiracy theorists, neo-Nazis, other fascists, and extremists. Got you.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Sure. Early how? Like my childhood or a little bit
your
later?
Childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian.
I've never heard ethnic used as a noun. They're ethnics. I've never heard somebody say it that way.
And they both came from Chicago and LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And So I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park.
Didn't he drop out? He dropped out of college, right?
It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
well,
that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume.
Trevo Davo, thank you so much for 58 months, you beautiful son of a bitch.
There were immigrants in your family who came to the U.S., is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors.
You're going to hear a Windows sound. It's not your computer. I'm sorry.
Sisters, I think they came around.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about.
What the? Oh, I know what's happening. I get it. I get it. Okay, so you guys can hear me. You can hear me, right? Yeah. It's because I downloaded this thing called NVIDIA Broadcast and I forgot about it. But I unplugged my mouse. And then that caused me to lose audio. Like, what the fuck? That's so weird. Here, let me try something. Hold on, can you hear that?
Your views.
Yeah, you can hear that. But now I can't hear myself. Just 1 second. Check. There we go. Okay. They're working on some plumbing stuff downstairs and it was noisy as fuck. And so when I was doing the podcast last night, I used NVIDIA Broadcast because they have this crazy audio filter which just blocks out all the extra noise. It's kind of nuts how it works. But I don't know why that caused. I just unplugged my mouse, the wireless, whatever this is, receiver, and then plugged the USB directly into the mouse. And for some reason, it fucked up the audio when I did that. That's weird. Okay.
Immigration. Are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. for the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total.
You really have to wonder what the actual genesis of Nick Fuentes' radicalization was. Because typically the opposite happens than what happened with him, which is if you put people in a big urban center and there's tons of different ethnicities and cultures within that city, within that community that you live in, you just grow accustomed to multiculturalism. You grow accustomed to living among ethnic minorities. You grow accustomed to there's the plumbers downstairs. I have to let them in, guys. It'll take literally like 1-2 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll finish this. Give me just a second.
The rather arrogantly titled Abundance is sold as, quote, a once-in-a-generation paradigm-shifting call to renew.
The arrogantly titled Abundance?
When you tout your book as paradigm-shifting and once-in-a-generation, you're selling an ideology.
Well, Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein were not using these terms.
It seems like being a centrist essentially just means always being one step behind the opposition. So if the plan is to eventually cave to Republican policy later on down the road, why even vote Democrat in the first place?
Why do I need to explain this? This is what pisses me off. Why do I need to explain the difference between a Democratic majority and a Republican majority in the year of our Lord 2025 after 10 years of Trump? If you don't know the answer to that question, you should not be talking about politics. Focus on something else, man. Talk about movies or sports, stock trading, I don't know, dogs.
That's how we got to ICE being handed $70 billion to execute.
No, the way that we got that was Republicans won elections. There's a creator called Ben a Minute, and the title stuck out to me, and I wanted to watch it with you guys. The title of the video is Why Centrists and Ezra Klein Are Ruining Everything.
On his podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, New York Times journalist Ezra Klein spoke with progressive author and activist Ta-Nehisi Coates about how Democrats can gain ground in today's deeply divided political landscape. It's a question many Americans are asking. How can the opposition party to the GOP, the Republicans, and the MAGA coalition actually win? So let's listen to what Ezra had to say.
I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead
to defeat the right and gain real power within the Democratic Party, Ezra Klein suggests giving up one of the party base's most strongly held and popular policy positions in order to appeal.
Oh, was I wearing the same shirt? That's embarrassing. It might get really, really loud again, and if it does, then I'll have to switch back over to NVIDIA Broadcast, and we'll use that. And that should filter out most of the noise. But yeah, it's gonna get really, really loud downstairs. Okay. All right. Anyways, it's just interesting. He was raised in an environment that seems like it was, what did he say? LaGrange Park? What is the ethnic makeup of that particular section of Chicago? What is the ethnic makeup of, was it LaGrange Park? How do you spell that? Oh, they're white suburbs? Is that what they are? So he did not grow up in a kind of multicultural setting. Is that right? White. So it's 81% white. 11% Hispanic, just over 4% Black, 2.5% Asian. Okay, so he was raised in a super white area. I guess that makes more sense. And then how far is LaGrange from Chicago? I just wondered if he spent a lot of time in Chicago. How far is LaGrange Park from Chicago? Because technically I grew up in like a suburb of San Francisco, but you guys have told me that you don't think that that's true. I lived in a city called Petaluma. It was about 45 minutes, like 45 minutes north of San Francisco. Does that still count as a suburb? LaGrange Park is 25 to 30 minutes from Chicago in light traffic, 35 to 50 minutes during rush hour. Okay. All right. Okay. Things are starting to make a little more sense. Starting to understand. The suburb that I was raised in, there were considerable amount of Hispanic people that lived in Petaluma, but it was very segregated, not like codified segregation, but you had white neighborhoods and then you had Hispanic neighborhoods. So the setting that I grew up in was definitely very homogenous. But then I moved to big cities, and at first it was a little strange, like, what's going on? Where are all the white people? You know, like there's an internal response of like, what? What is this? And then you just get used to it though. And then it's no longer a thing that you register. You just go out into the world and people are people and you're just whatever, you know, it is what it is. You lived in an over 75% white area, Hutch. That sounds about right. There were very few black people, I'll tell you that. In Petaluma, not a lot of black people. I don't know why that is, but yeah. What was the ethnic makeup of Petaluma, California in, we'll say 1992, when I was 9? It's hard to find data. Okay, well, hang on. From the 1990 census, 93% white. What? I knew it was super white, but I didn't know it was that white. What? I mean, it makes perfect sense. It was a very white city, very white city. And the school that I went to was very white. 1.2% black, 3.4% Asian or Pacific Islander, 0.3% Native American, and then other races. This doesn't seem right though, because we definitely had Hispanic people that lived in the city. So I don't know if I take this data at face value. Okay, well.
Immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s.
I do know that the city that I grew up in, Petaluma, that it started to change and become like less white, and that made a lot of people uncomfortable. I do know that. I do know that there were a lot of like older, whiter folks who were very uncomfortable with the fact that the city was becoming less white.
40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his,
including grandma. The grandma on my mom's side, she was from Petaluma, I believe. And I didn't know her well enough to know if she had racist proclivities. Odds are she probably did, because like everybody did back then, I feel like. But I don't know. I don't want to slander her. And then the grandma on my dad's side, just explicitly racist. Just explicitly racist. Tap Nodus with $5. Sometimes Hispanics are counted as white because the difference between race versus ethnicity. Oh, that's fair. I guess that's fair. Yeah. But again, they lived in particular neighborhoods. It was like a very, in practice, kind of segregated living situation. Oh my God, Hank Green has a great video on this, on like racism? What do you mean? Trevo Davo, did I get you for 58 months? Thank you so much, buddy.
His parents or grandparents that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants.
I assume he means people that are in the country legally through the asylum process, but they just constantly conflate those people with illegal immigrants.
From China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because
Daz Vidani with $5. Try telling Europeans that they have common culture and religion.
He believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare.
Oh, it's all starting to make sense. His dad had that Hispanic anti-black racism. It's all starting to make sense. There's a lot of anti-black racism with the Hispanic population, like with especially probably not the younger people, I assume, because they're growing up in a super multicultural situation. But if you meet an old Hispanic person, odds are pretty good that they have some good old-fashioned anti-black racism. I don't know if it goes the other way. Is there a lot of anti-Hispanic racism with black people? I actually don't know. Are we going to pretend like it's not a mutual hate? I don't know. I don't know. It does seem like there's a bit of a rivalry going on there. Is Papa Hutch racist like grandma? No. That wouldn't work with my family. Good luck being a racist with my family. My family is a quite a mishmash. It ended up being quite a mishmash. Thankfully, grandma passed before. Oh my God, bro. She would have been. She wouldn't. My grandma would not be happy with the way that the family went. She was spared.
And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment that your father was inherently racist and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that.
What? He read your father's words. Your father, wait, hang on. Or was it his father's words, or was that Nick's anecdote? How is this low? Like you recounted a tale of your dad just being explicitly racist. That's just explicit racism. How is that a low?
That's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'm
not trying to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah. It's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the West Side on Taylor Street.
Why does it keep, I've never heard somebody say ethnic as a noun or as, as a noun. I've never heard somebody use that language before.
All over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees, and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents.
There's a kind of collective ownership of crime and criminal behavior that is imposed on black people that is not imposed on white people in the same way. So if you have a super white rural town where there's a lot of crime, a lot of violent crime, a lot of theft, a lot of drug use, you typically don't hear language encouraging white people to address the crime. It typically doesn't go that way. But when it comes to black people, there's this notion that, you know, like, let's say there's a black person that lives in Chicago. They just have a normal life. They go to work, they come home, they pay their taxes, they don't commit crime. The idea that that person is responsible for like policing their own or whatever is absurd. You would never use that kind of language or promote that kind of idea when talking about white people and white people that commit crimes. Like, obviously, well, like, what am I gonna do? Like, I just imagine somebody, like, I just imagine if I lived in a neighborhood, there was a lot of white people and there, you know, there was a lot of like property crime. I would just imagine the notion that I would be in part responsible for that. Like, what are you doing to stop property crime? Like, what do you mean? I go to work, I come home. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm not a cop. That's not my job. It's fucking ridiculous. You can find plenty of deep red, really poor rural districts and areas of the country where crime is rampant. And you just, the logic is never employed in that kind of situation.
Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago.
You don't have to live in Chicago. What do you mean? You have options. Doesn't he bring in money? He's got to be making money from the stuff, right? He can't run ads on it, but I'm sure he's pulling in a lot of money. You don't have to live in. You don't want to live there. You don't need to live there.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before.
You fucking loser.
Because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, it's just to remind you.
I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me.
It's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associates.
I think it's pretty obvious that Nick inherited some explicit racism from his dad. It's not complicated. I don't know why Nick's getting so defensive about this. Why does Nick even get defensive about the term racist, about the label? Is it all just a farce? Is it all just something he's doing for show? What is this?
Associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food.
Whoa, chill, bro. Chill, okay? Our finest chefs come up with the menu in a culinary institute in Tuscany. It literally comes from Italy. Shots fired, bro. Shots fired. Chill. I will say, Olive Garden, those meals, boy, oh boy, they are calorie rich. Like, how many calories in a steak gorgonzola Alfredo? I'm going to guess 2,800 calories. How many calories are in, or what about a stuffed chicken no. What about, are in a steak gorgonzola Alfredo dish from the Olive Garden? There are so many it's only, wait, what? It says it's only 1,500. Am I thinking of Cheesecake Factory then? Is it Cheesecake Factory? Is that the one that has like 3,500 calorie dishes or something? I guess actually thinking about it, the Italian community in Chicago can sway a bit more conservative than the other parts of the city. Was his dad part Italian? Is that right? I thought his dad was part Irish. 2,000 is what a person eats a day. That's usually around the amount of calories that I eat a day. Is about 2,000. And if I eat 2,000 calories a day or around that, then I stay at a weight of like 190. Which I'm trying to lose weight, by the way. I want to get down to 180 again. I think 180 would be a good weight for me. Dasvidanya with $5. Fuentes grew up mere minutes from the McDonald's Burger Academy, which has every McDonald's menu item from across the world. And he came out racist. It's true.
Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean...
Okay, now I just want Nick to define racism. Like, what is racism in his mind? Because to me, if I hear that somebody's dad said, don't go to Olive Garden and what else did he say? Red Lobster? Don't go to Applebee's and Red Lobster because black people go there? That just seems pretty self-evident and obviously racist, right?
Mean to infer that he was racist. And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was
said in jest. Like, did you make up the anecdote? Was it all just make-believe thing or what?
That in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way,
60.
right? You were born in
60.
19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story.
How come we haven't seen a deep dive into Fuentes? Or maybe we have. Like, I guess I'm just not aware of these articles, but how come we don't? How come there aren't like in-depth articles where journalists have like gone and interviewed people that Nick grew up with and compiled like a comprehensive sort of biography of him? There has been, they're just underreported. There's been many. Oh, okay. I'm totally out of the loop on that one. Let's rally Conduit to watch a week of Nick Fuentes. Oh my goodness. Has Conduit come out with another video recently? He's got to be cooking something, right?
Story is that it was a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
What's he gonna say? Is he gonna be like, "I was just a joke"? Irony, man. This new irony is just everything just started to become so ironic. I feel like with my generation, with millennials, maybe Gen X actually. Maybe it started with Gen X. But now you just like, there's this certain brand of political commentary, social commentary, where it's all packaged in a very kind of like ironic kind of package. And it's so convenient because if people call you out on it, you can retreat and say, "Oh, I was just fucking trolling. You just don't get the joke. You're not in the in group," you know? Or if you want to stand on business and defend it, you can do that. But it gives you this like opportunity to retreat. There's so many people that use irony as a vehicle to, or as a means to avoid just speaking directly about the things that they believe, and it just drives me insane. It's so pervasive now. Nick with $5. Favorite guilty pleasure food? I personally hate Domino's and feel disgusting every time I eat it, but I can't stop myself sometimes. Guilty pleasure with food? Probably Olive Garden. Yeah, probably Olive Garden. I have to say. It's fucking delicious. It's goddamn delicious. You know what I think is an underrated dish at the Olive Garden is the capellini pomodoro. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Angel hair pasta with like diced Roma tomatoes and garlic and probably some minced shallots, like a light red sauce, you know, and you can add some like shrimp to it. I think the problem with Olive Garden dishes is that there's no veggies. There's no veggies. That's the problem with with those Italian dishes. They don't, you know, you got to throw in some broccoli or some squash or something, you know, like I just assume everybody that eats, like 80% of people that eat Olive Garden just shit their fucking pants by the time they get home. Those are not going to be firm bowel movements after a trip to the Olive Garden, okay? There's no fiber. It's just nothing but like Alfredo sauce. I don't know. Does Alfredo sauce have fiber? There's no fiber. It's just, you know, sliced chicken, Alfredo, and then fettuccine. Does pasta have fiber? If pasta has fiber, I'm going to sound really dumb. Okay, it does. Not a lot, though. Not a lot. 1 to 3 grams per cooked cup. If you get the whole wheat pasta, then it's 5 to 7 grams per cooked cup. There's also legume-based pasta, chickpea, lentil, black bean. Interesting. What is the recommended amount of fiber for a meal like lunch or dinner? 1 to 3 grams is not enough, right? Because don't you need like 25 grams of fiber a day? For men, you need 30 to 38 grams per day. And you're only getting 1 to 3 grams of fiber for an Olive Garden dish? You gotta get some fiber in there, bro. Okay, now I'm gonna sound really dumb. Bread. Is that a good source of fiber? Like the breadsticks? How many grams of fiber are in a single Olive Garden breadstick? Wait, no? I thought that bread had fiber. Does it not? Jesus. 1 Olive Garden breadstick provides about 0.5 to 1 gram of dietary fiber. I guess you have the salad, right? I guess you have the salad, but is that going to be a lot of fiber? Like, okay, how many grams of fiber are in a single serving of Olive Garden's salad? Contains about 2 grams of dietary fiber. Yeah, bro, you are not getting nearly enough fiber from a trip to the Olive Garden, okay? Those are not going to be solid poops. Not going to be solid poops. Caleb with $10. I'm a liberal. Nick is a guilty pleasure of mine. I find him hilarious and I support him making the GOP electorally unviable. He isn't dog whistling, he's foghorning, but he is entertaining. I don't know. To me, it's a bit darker than that. I'm not going to judge you for your guilty pleasure there, but it's all very dark. I think Nick represents like a really dark, ugly underbelly of America. I just feel like I've had such a, like, my own experience with cultural homogeneity. Would that be the word? You know, I grew up in a very culturally and ethnically, if that's a word, homogenous kind of setting. So like white Catholic. I was white and I went to Catholic school and 98% of the school was white. Obviously we were all Catholic. And I've told this story before, but like it was so homogenous that when I would occasionally go into the city, I didn't spend a lot of time in San Francisco growing up, or big cities. But whenever I would go into a setting where there were a lot of non-white people, I felt very uncomfortable. That's the truth of it. Wasn't my fault. I was just a kid, right? But like, I would go into areas where there were a lot of Hispanic people or a lot of black people or a lot of like, or like some people would be like openly gay, which was not a thing at all when I was growing up. And it would make me uncomfortable. And then I moved to a big city, or bigger city, when I was like 20, moved to Santa Rosa. That's still pretty white, but less, less white. And then I spent time in San Francisco, and then I eventually moved to Los Angeles and moved to Koreatown. But what I discovered is that the more time I spent around people who didn't look like me or talk like me, or the less uncomfortable I became. And then I thought it was kind of cool. And then I no longer felt uncomfortable. I was like, wow, this is kind of cool. You go to like a cherry blossom festival in San Francisco and you take a look at all the fucking beautiful art there and wonderful music and very welcoming environment. And I think that is the cool thing about multicultural setting, is you can get past all of that. You can get past your internal biases, and you stop being like afraid of people who don't look like you or don't speak your language. And then it becomes this, you come to really appreciate different cultures and being exposed to different things. And I just feel like there's a lot of people in this country that have not really spent a lot of time outside of like a 20-mile radius, and they have these preconceived notions of things, and they've never challenged those things, and they never will challenge those things, and then it just makes them like ugly towards other people, and it's just so unnecessary. The whole thing is just so unnecessary. So it's such a waste of time and emotional energy. Arrow with $2. Are you feeling better, man? I am, thank you. I'm feeling a lot better. Thankfully, I'm feeling a lot better. I was getting pretty irritated for a minute there. Drow Slayer, thank you so much for 8 months. Best Rambler on Twitch. Thank you. A nice thing to say.
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
It's the way he said it. Yeah. It's the way he said it.
Well, all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder.
Well, you just said most, and now you're saying 5%. He's so slippery, man. Like, he's such a coward. Just say what you have to say. Say it with your full fucking chest, man. He goes into a setting like this and he just like crumbles and he gets really defensive.
People.
You just said a moment ago most black people should be in prison. You said literally 1 second ago, for the most part, they should be in prison. And then you say, well, 5%? Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
I think, yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what.
It's the same for white people, though. Like, if you live in a super white area where it's like 90% white, 95% white, chances are overwhelming that if you find yourself the victim of a crime, it's going to be perpetrated by a white person. That was my understanding of like how crime in communities work.
What happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America.
I don't know where I don't know where he's getting 5%. I don't know where he's getting 1 out of 20 black men will commit murder in their lives. I have no idea where that number came from. Where did he come up with that?
America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes.
Hell's Advocate with 300 bits. This is my streamer, man. My politics are cooked. Wait, what? Am I cooking your politics? Guys, if you enjoy the stream and you want to throw a little wind in my sails, we have memberships on YouTube. We have Twitch Prime subs on Twitch. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream today. And yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Nick with $2, hot take. Most racism boils down to misandry? Huh? You're gonna have to explain that one. What does that mean? What? Bezin, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. I love you, buddy. Thank you. Vishy, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
There's some pretty
Das Vidania with $2. Report on X. Yeah, I saw a post on Twitter saying that 1 in 20 black men will commit murder. Okay.
Shocking evidence that says that it's
statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence.
Oh, I see what you're saying here. You've never heard anyone call for the imprisonment slavery of black women? Well, that's because men commit most of the crime. Oh boy, can you guys hear that? It's bad. It's really bad. They're working on the, can you? You can't hear that at all? They're doing some shit downstairs. It's so loud. It's like Vietnam for the cats in our apartment. They must be so horrified. There's a Breaking Bad style thing going on downstairs where there's like a plastic wrap around, you know, it looks like Arrival, you know? Like a scene out of like Arrival or Thor, the first Thor movie with all that. Remember all that plastic? They have like they cordoned off a whole area with plastic wrap that's, you know, like taped to the ceiling, and there's a zipper, and you have to fucking wear a hazmat suit because there was fucking mold. Been very disruptive, but our poor cats must be horrified. They have no idea what's going on. When these guys try to use statistics to bolster their terrible takes, it's always so hilarious to me how they ignore the stats with the highest confidence in reputable sources for Twitter posts. That's not true. I don't trust those numbers. Yeah. Which is why, guys, I'm going to do it. Okay? I'm going to do it at least once a stream. Which is why, guys, I actually think that AI fact-checking could potentially be a de-radicalizing force. I really believe that. I really believe that. You're going to have super partisan people that will ignore studies that contradict their preconceived notions and their internal biases. Those people are going to exist. But as the adoption of AI becomes more and more ubiquitous, I do think that just neutral, nonpartisan fact checks coming from things like ChatGPT and even Grok, like as much as they've fucked with Grok, they keep fucking with Grok, but they can't, like Grok is still pretty fucking woke. I do think that this technology, because it's just the truth of the matter is, like, we live in a period where distrust of partisan sources is extremely high. Nobody believes anything anyone else is saying. So if you can get like a neutral language model to fact check stuff, I think that will be de-radicalizing in the long run. I really believe that. I really do. Matt Blarg says, another dumb AI take, just like the therapy and mental health chatbot. The stream is ticking all the stupid boxes. But hang on. Do you guys not see the potential value of somebody who wants to learn the truth about some event or dynamic or whatever, but they don't trust partisan sources? A lot of these people are going to use AI. Like a lot of these people. Now you can decide that you don't like that people are using AI. That's fine, but they're going to use these sources. These people are just stuck thinking that this is as good as AI will ever get. Maybe some of them. Maybe some of them. Honestly, like Grok is still like a decent source. Like if I go to Grok and like, let's ask Grok a question. I guess it's called Super Grok now. Somebody give me a question that's super politically charged. And we will ask Grok and see what Grok says. Ask Grok about George Floyd and if he was murdered. Ooh, that's actually a really good one. I don't know if Grok is going to pass this test. Never mind. I take it back. I take it back because I feel like Elon has personally intervened on specific topics. I have no proof of this, but I would bet really good money that Elon has sent angry texts to his Grok engineers at 3 a.m. with a screen cap of a Grok fact check. He's like, what is this? Why is Grok still woke? We got to do something about this. So I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure they intervene with Grok on specific topics and like override the code. I don't know what they do. Okay, hold on. What was the cause of death for George Floyd? I think that's a really good way of asking the question. All right, Super Grok. Let's see what you come up with. Boom. It's thinking. It's thinking. Okay, here we go. Here we go. George Floyd died on May 25th, 2020 during an arrest by Minneapolis police officers. 2 autopsies were conducted, both classifying his death as a homicide, meaning caused by the actions of others, but with some differences in emphasis. The official autopsy by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner determined the cause of death as cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. This means Floyd's heart and lungs stopped functioning due to stress of being restrained, including pressure on his neck and back. Baker testified in Derek Chauvin's 2021 trial that police actions were the primary cause, though contributing factors included arteriosclerotic and hypertensive heart disease, fentanyl intoxication, and recent methamphetamine use. These made Floyd more vulnerable, but were not the direct cause. So far, so good. That is, according to everything I read about the Floyd stuff, accurate. An independent autopsy commissioned by Floyd's family, conducted by Dr. Michael Baden and Dr. Alicia Wilson, concluded the cause was asphyxia or lack of oxygen due to sustained neck and back compression leading to homicide. It found no significant role for underlying health conditions. There's 2 more paragraphs. They're short. Prosecution experts in Chauvin's trial, e.g. pulmonologist Dr. Martin Tobin, supported death from low oxygen levels caused by restraint, rejecting overdose or heart tissue as the primary cause. The defense argued cardiac arrhythmia influenced by drugs and heart disease, with one expert, Dr. David Fowler, calling the manner undetermined, but this was not upheld. Chauvin was convicted of murder and manslaughter in 2021 with the restraint deemed the substantial cause. Claims of death solely from overdose have been repeatedly debunked by fact checkers and trial evidence, as fentanyl levels, while high, were not deemed fatal independently. Misinformation persists in some circles, but official records and court findings align on homicide via police restraint. Guys, that was just a solid fact check. What's another one? What's another really politically charged question? I guess one that would be obvious would be like, was the 2020 election stolen? Or Jan 6? Let's do that. Did Joe Biden and the Democrats steal the 2020 election? Jan 6 might be good too. Guys, Grok supporters our stock is way up right now, okay? There's a lot to this fact check, but I'll just read the opening paragraph. This is how the fact check starts. No, Joe Biden and the Democratic Party did not steal the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Extensive investigations, audits, recounts, and court rulings have repeatedly confirmed that the election was secure, fair, and accurately reflected the will of the voters, with Biden receiving 306 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 232. Claims of widespread fraud or theft, often centered on mail-in voting, voting machines, or ballot counting, have been thoroughly debunked by bipartisan officials, including Trump's own Attorney General, William Barr. Do you guys not see the potential for a kind of de-radicalizing? Like, how much better off would we be as a country if we had these kind of fact-checking tools in 2015 and 2016, which to me felt a little bit crazier? It's bad now, but back then it was like nuts. Do you guys remember the 2016 races? Or the 2016 race? Do you remember how crazy it was with like the memes of like photoshopped images of Hillary Clinton with a fucking diarrhea spot on her butt area and claims that she shit herself? And you guys remember like the Clinton kill list stuff? Hutch, you're trying to use objective proof to change the minds. Okay, Jesus. Who is this guy? Get him out of here. Holy moly. Excuse me. There was a comment that somebody said. I lost it now. Meblarg says, you're missing the most important point. The person reading this could still assume it's all bullshit. Their bias is the most important factor. So again, that's why I said when it comes to super partisan people, you're always going to have some percentage of the country that are so partisan in either direction, really, but it's more rampant on the right, but that are so partisan that they will not believe statistics. If you cite statistics from nonpartisan sources that are very robust and well defined and just very soundly established, you're going to have a certain percentage of the country that are so partisan that they'll just reject that information. That's true, but not everybody is like this. Not everybody is like this. And for the people that are not that super partisan, neutral fact-checking capabilities from AI models could potentially be so valuable to prevent the radicalization of a lot of people. You guys understand? Like, if you can get someone before they become radicalized, that's a huge, huge, huge benefit to society, because the less radicalized people we have, the better. And once somebody already becomes radicalized, that is one of the reasons why people become so partisan that they reject statistics. So if you can prevent that radicalization, then you can get people on a path where they can be open to just information, whatever the information is. Just be open to whatever it is. Your solution for someone being a slut? Oh, Jesus. That's not what you said. Your solution for someone being a shut-in. Sorry, the plumbers. Okay, sorry. Your solution for someone being a shut-in with bad human communication is to give them even less human communication. No, I think that's the wrong read. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. There's a lot of people who are nervous to talk to human beings. They're just extremely nervous. It gives them intense anxiety. They don't feel safe. And for that kind of a person, having an AI model that they can practice having conversations with in a safe, non-threatening, non-judgmental space could actually help them become less nervous and thus spend more time talking to human beings. That's just a theory. I mean, I'm not telling you that that's going to work for everybody, but I can imagine that working for a lot of people. I'm sorry. How did we get so sidetracked? Why are we talking about AI and Gronk? Is Hutch glazing AI again? I think that this is a potentially really valuable use case for these models. Neutral, nonpartisan fact checks, I think, have the potential to prevent the radicalization of a lot of people. How many boomer minds perhaps could have been spared from the poison that is MAGA if we had these very neutral fact-checking tools like 10, 15, 20 years ago? Go back to the Obama years, you know. What if your boomer parents had the option of clicking a button on the top of a post that just automatically fact-checked the thing? Now, you're not going to prevent the radicalization of every boomer back then, but it's going to prevent the radicalization of a lot of boomers if they had that tool. I think that's a very valuable use case. Anyways.
Evidence that says that it's far more alarming that you would 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say?
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the...
Oh, you're still stun locking me here. Matt Blarg says, we had fact checkers in the debates, but they were partisan. That's the point I'm making. They were partisan. Even if their fact checks were correct, it doesn't matter. Because if you're a fact checker from CNN, a Fox News person's going to hear that and be like, oh yeah, CNN, really? You're really going to trust them? If you can establish a really good track record for a neutral AI fact checker, if you can establish a really good track record, and if you can establish a nonpartisan kind of element to it, which I think you can do. I think you can demonstrate those things. Then you can remove that partisan bias that people use to just ignore statistics that they don't like. CNN isn't partisan though. They're like, I mean, I don't know. I would say they're decently partisan, not as partisan as Fox News, for example, but they're partisan enough for some people to have in their minds like a credible doubt when it comes to anything they say. Why would a Fox viewer trust AI to be nonpartisan? Well, the trust is going to take time to build. Which is, I think that's just my theory, but like, I think that is what's going to happen for a lot of people. Because over time, there's a lot of skepticism about AI right now, which is where I think a lot of this is coming from. But over time, as they use the technology more and more, people will begin to trust it more. That's just what's going to happen. Hutch, they wouldn't believe an NPR fact check? No way. Absolutely not. And NPR is not even fucking like a crazy left wing. It's like in between center left and the center. NPR is like pretty... They think NPR is like crazy left wing. And it's not. It's really not. MSNBC is way more left wing than NPR. But yeah.
The official crime statistics are 1 in 100 or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would
He's
tell
going to do the thing. He's going to do the thing. What's the number? It's like 1352 or something like that.
you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's
shootings.
with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so strapped.
No, 1488 is something else. There's a thing that references the percentage of the country that's black and the percentage of homicides that are done by black people. And you put the two numbers right next to each other. Like 13, like, I don't know what it is. Is it 1350? Is that what it is? Yeah.
Stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a...
Tomahawk, I'm so sorry I missed it. Thank you so much for 72 months. Thoughts on the midterms, blue wave, or more of the same? Well, we have to see what happens with the gerrymandered maps. There's a lot of question marks over the gerrymandered maps right now about like which states are going to pursue aggressive gerrymanders. It looks like there was a state recently that signaled that they were full steam ahead. Was it Illinois, you guys? It was a red state. It was not Illinois. I think it was Indiana. But then Virginia, the Virginia legislature has signaled an openness to a complete blowout map for Democrats, like a 10-0 map. So first we need to see what happens with the gerrymanders. I think I've seen like the worst case scenario right now is that if the gerrymander wars continue, it's speculated that the Republicans might pick up like 1 or 2 or 3 seats. It's nothing crazy. They're not going to pick up like 10 seats. But even that is not going to stop what's coming. Like, I think we are headed towards, like, if I had to make a prediction right now, I would predict a 25 to 30 seat majority. I'll give myself a range. I think Democrats are going to end up with a 25 or 30 seat majority. And I think we're going to just, and then once that gavel gets handed over to Jeffries, we're going to have fucking weekly subcommittee hearings grilling Pam Bondi, Hegseth. It's going to be glorious. It's going to be fucking glorious. And depending how the next year plays out, I don't think they're going to initiate impeachment proceedings like right away. But I would say the odds are decent that we're going to get a Trump impeachment V3. I'd give it like 55-45 odds, 55% odds. I think the Republicans in the short term are really, really, really fucked. Really fucked. If the midterms happen, guys, the midterms are going to happen. He can't stop the midterms from happening. It's just, we're gonna have midterms. Fluffles, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub on Twitch. Appreciate it, buddy.
Less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
Hutch, in your opinion, does Arc Raiders have long-term playability, or do you think you'll be bored of it in a month from now? I do think it has long-term playability, but I also think that they need, they don't necessarily need to be as aggressive as Fortnite, because I don't know if Fortnite still does this, but back in the day when Fortnite was really popping off, and was it 2017 or 2018? They were doing new content every fucking 2 weeks. There was some new gun or some new mechanic or some new thing. And Fortnite, what they're really good at is just constantly feeding new novel experiences. There's always like a newness to Fortnite, which is a huge advantage. I don't think that Arc Raiders needs to do that, and I certainly don't think that they should be doing I don't think that we should see like a Nicki Minaj skin in Arc Raiders. In Call of Duty, I actually think that's fine. But in Arc Raiders, if they do crossovers, then it needs to fit. Because I think one of the biggest selling points for Arc Raiders is how unbelievably immersive it feels as a game. It is one of the most immersive games I have ever played. It's so good at telling stories about that universe without saying anything, you know, like it just feels like a plausible world, you know, like a little bit. And if they start adding Nicki Minaj skins, they're just gonna break that. But there's lots of really cool crossovers that you could do that would make perfect sense in that world. Like imagine a Terminator. Can you imagine a Terminator crossover? Can you imagine how fucking cool that would be? God, my dick is hard just thinking about that. If you had just for like a month, like a full Terminator takeover, and you had like T900 models that were walking around the map. You could get the fucking liquid metal ones too. You could do like multiple Terminator models and like that kind of crossovers. Like what else could be like a really cool crossover? Not Avengers, I don't think. Mad Max? Dune? No. Well, no. Actually, you know what? I don't know. That one's pushing it, I think. That's pushing it, I think. District 9 would be cool, but I don't know, like what's the value of doing a District 9 crossover? Yeah, you know, like now, like the Alien universe and the Predator universe seem to be like really merging canonically. Badlands was so fucking cool, man. But yeah, Predator, like a Predator crossover could be really fucking cool. I don't know how that would work mechanically in the game, but there's all kinds of stuff you could do. There's all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of crossovers that would make perfect sense. But I think there needs to be more than what's happening right now. Like, when was the last time they added something to Arc Raiders? It was the Stella Montes map like a month ago. I think you need a more aggressive cadence. It doesn't have to be big stuff. You don't need to do big stuff every week or 2 weeks, but even just like little stuff, you know. But they're in a really good spot right now. I'm sure they're making a lot of money. Like Steam charts, Arc Raiders. They got a healthy player base right now. Yeah, bro, there's 229,000 people playing the game on Steam right now. They're in a really good spot. It's trending a little bit down, but we got a new season coming in a couple weeks, and I don't know. Maybe I'm complaining too much because like I just have so much more time to play games. I don't have any kids. I work from home. And so I've been able to put like 120 hours into the game in, you know, the last like 3 weeks. And so I was able to get through all the quests. I was able to get through all the expedition stuff. Now I'm just trying to get to level 75 and trying to save up 5,000 stash value so I can get the full 5 skill points. But I'm still having a good time with it. Like every time that animation kicks in, so like you queue up to join a solos game and then there's like an animation that plays of like your character's like walking over to the vehicle and you shut the door close. Every time that animation starts, I get like a hit of adrenaline. I get like a hit of dopamine. So that's rare for a game. That's really rare for a game. 120 hours, and I'm still getting that, like, I'm excited to drop in. And I have not streamed Arc Raiders yet. I actually just switched to mouse and keyboard. I was playing with the controller for like the first 100 hours. And my reasoning was like, you don't need to have pixel perfect aim in this game compared to stuff like Valorant and CSGO and certainly like Call of Duty or arena shooters. Like, the characters are very sluggish. They're not fast. And the character models are quite big. So you actually don't need insanely good aim with a mouse and keyboard. And it is so much easier with a mouse and keyboard. It is so much easier. All right, sorry. We got sidetracked. I'm sorry. You should have tapped the movement keys when you get downed. You'll bleed out slower. Well, I'm playing solos, so like anytime I get downed, I just surrender right away. Tony, what the? Tony's back, ladies and gentlemen. Why would you? What? We're talking about Arc Raiders, and we're watching Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan, and you're in my chat saying Hutch disclosed all his work with PV, right? What are you doing? All right, sorry. All right, let's get back to it, guys. No more distractions.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
Him and my grandma would have got along great. My grandma would have been a huge Nick Fuentes fan.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
You know who you never see is like racist toddlers. Why do you think that is? You put toddlers in a room together and you give them a bunch of shit to play with. And they just fucking play. They just play with each other. You know? They just mess around and, hey, do you want to be friends? Like, they don't, you know. Racism it's a learned thing. There's a lot of it on Twitter this last week. We had another example of a racist white woman hurling slurs at a Somali couple. She was working at the Cinnabon, and she starts throwing N-bombs out, flipping them off. And how much money has she raised on her GoFundMe already? Somebody said 100,000. I don't think it was 100,000. It was it 100,000? Jesus Christ! Talk about blackpilling. Jesus Christ! I thought it was up to like 20K a couple days ago. And I can't tell you how many posts I saw on my feed showing a picture of that black schizophrenic man who was having a psychotic break stabbing that Ukrainian woman with the caption like, "Stop telling me that Cinnabon lady was overreacting." And then showing a picture of that stabbing. And it's like, what do these events have to do with each other? Shit, it's just racism. It's just it's like the idea that everybody within an ethnic group is responsible for the actions of every other person in that group is just kind of the textbook definition of racism.
Racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
Well, then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were...
Is he putting on a show, or like, why is he acting defensive about this? I don't get it. Is this like, is he doing a bit here, or is he actually annoyed or irritated or defensive about this? Like, what is he... Like, Piers is just asking you about your own words about your own father. Like, he just repeated those words back to you.
Saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm...
Oh, okay. Okay. So he feels comfortable kind of talking about these personal anecdotes with his family when he's doing his own like personal live streams. But then you go on a platform like Piers Morgan, where you can probably expect this video to get millions of views. It's Jesus Christ. This was posted yesterday. It has 2.5 million views. And now he's worried that his own words are going to cause some kind of negative consequence for his dad. What does his dad do for a living?
Sticking to my guns. If I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low. And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, you know, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well, then
you brought this, what is this? I don't even. Nick Fuentes' father, William Bill Fuentes, is of Mexican-American descent. While specific job titles are not consistently reported, it is noted that he has been involved in various roles, including construction and property maintenance work, as well as assisting with renovations related to Nick's streaming operations. His mother, Lauren Fuentes, has been described as working in banking and later taking on various small business or hourly jobs. What does the Wikipedia say? He attended Lyons Township High School, where he was president of the student council. He was raised Catholic. Fuentes began commentating. Was it a Catholic school that he went to? Is Lyons Township High School a Catholic school? No, it is not. Okay. It doesn't say much about his dad or his parents in the Wikipedia article. Personal life. Nope. Okay.
Do you accept that you shouldn't talk? Okay, listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show?
Yeah.
And you shouldn't tell.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that.
What a silly, petulant child he is, huh?
I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them?
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know?
The bot chicken with $5. This interview will be very useful in 2032 or 2036 when telling my family to not vote for Nick, I hope. don't think I mean, listen, I could be wrong, but I don't think that. I think there's a hard cap on the kind of following that Nick can have. I don't know what that cap is, but I think there's a hard cap, and I don't think he'll ever grow to the point where he would be a viable candidate for a national race. You know what I think is the most valuable metric to look at to get a sense of like how big this kind of movement is? You know what I think is the most useful metric to look at? It's the acceptance of interracial relationships. When you look at polling in America, and in America, it's like 96%, I think, approve of interracial relationships, which is something that I think we take for granted now. Like, obviously, what's wrong with interracial relationships? But when I was a kid in the 80s and the 90s, interracial relationships were considered a thing worth discussing. It wasn't until I think the mid-90s that a majority of Americans approved of interracial relationships. Isn't that kind of crazy? That was just 30 years ago. And now it's like 96%. I mean, it's just like, it's crazy how much that has shifted in America. And it's like one of the things that I really like about this country. That's like really cool progress that we made in this country. But I think when you look at the 4% of the country that don't approve of interracial relationships, I think there you have like I think that should give you a good sense of like the size of Nick Fuentes' movement, like who he appeals to. And that doesn't sound like a lot. 4%, that doesn't sound like a lot, but that number is enough to disrupt electoral politics. That number is enough to thoroughly disrupt Republican Party politics, which is why he's become a thorn in like JD Vance's side. If you alienate someone who has a really dedicated following of maybe about 4% of the country, I'm not really sure what the numbers actually are or who he appeals to. Yeah. Black pillars have no idea how much how much progress we've made in the last 30 years. Telling someone in their 80s or 90s where we are now would blow the mind of even the most progressive. The country has changed so much in the last 30 to 40 years. It really escalated, I think, in the 21st century. But I do think that Nick Fuentes' brand of like, you know, I would say Trump is pretty explicitly racist and fosters a racist base of support. But even Trump doesn't go as far as Nick does. And I got to tell you, I'm just like, I'm very bullish on America in that respect. In that I don't think that his ceiling of support is nearly enough to propel him to something like the presidency. As it stands right now, in 10 years, maybe we're having a different conversation, but in the country, I would say has its fair share of racist or backwards attitudes. But in terms of like his brand of kind of neo-Nazi fueled racism, they're still pretty fringe, all things considered.
Know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
what proportion?
I'm curious I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in
Wait,
these
is my
schools.
mic working?
Should they?
What proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white.
The estimates for what percentage of school shooters are white are kind of all over the place. There's some estimates that are as high as 98%, 95 to 96%. But I don't think it's disputed that white men are overrepresented in like school mass shootings. I'm not sure if that is the best point to make in this respect, because school shootings, however common they've become, especially compared with like previous generations, they make up a tiny fraction of the gun-related fatalities in America each year.
White people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60 to 65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings.
The fucking plumbers are downstairs again. Hold on.
I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead
to defeat the right and gain real power within the Democratic Party, Ezra Klein suggests giving up one of the party base's most strongly held and popular policy positions in order to appeal to conservatives in a state like Nebraska.
Do we have any polling on Nebraska voters, on how Nebraska voters feel about abortion rights? I think we did look this up before.
In other words, shift the party's values further to the right to win over a red state. How do you...
A poll conducted in November 2022. So this would have been after the Roe v. Wade. It was done by the ACLU of Nebraska. Conducted a poll and found that 59% of respondents opposed enactment of more restrictive abortion bans in the state. Among them, 48% strongly opposed. We've gone over this. Okay.
Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
Z King with $10. All Nick has to do is moderate over the next decade, and then once he touches the lever, he can rip the mask off. Think about all the young Republicans in that private chat who wielded power. Yeah, that is troubling. That is alarming. I did not mean to suggest that, oh yeah, don't worry about Nick and his movement. Everything's fine. That's not what I'm saying. They can have like an alarming proximity to power, as we've already seen. Like how many Republican interns and staffers have been outed as just like groypers and neo-Nazis. There's just way too many. But I think the more that the Republican Party leans into Nick Fuentes stuff, the more it damages them. I don't think it's going to be something that buoys them in elections. I think it's going to be something that hurts them. Because the fact of the matter is that Nick and his movement, they do represent a fringe element in this country as it currently stands. Again, the calculus may change as time pushes on, but the robot chicken with $5, this interview, I think I already got you for that. Yeah. Okay.
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is
what I'm saying to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
You just wait, hang on. Does he think we're dumb? He just said 20 minutes ago in this conversation that 5% of black men will commit murder in their lives. And now he's like, what percentage of black men are going to commit crime? I don't know if it's 5%. Like, okay, so I feel like he's just dishonest then, right?
But it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are you hearing it? No.
See, I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion?
I don't really know where Piers is going with this one. Wait, what?
Of white people have committed school shootings with white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator. What's that percentage?
For both black?
I don't think anybody seriously disputes that black people are overrepresented when it comes to arrests for crimes. Then of course, you should get into a conversation about like socioeconomic factors, which are super relevant, right? Relevant to the discussion. But, I feel like most people would probably feel similarly afraid for their safety if they went into a super white neighborhood, but there was a ton of poverty. I think that's the thing that makes people uncomfortable. If you're walking through a neighborhood basically anywhere in the country where there's a lot of poverty or drug use, then the odds of you becoming a victim of theft or some kind of violent crime go way up. But I don't think I don't know where Piers is going with this. Like, I don't really understand the point that he's making right here. And I don't think this is like the way to interview someone like Nick. I just don't know what point he's making.
Whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe
no one's buying this. This
kids.
Argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That has
not been my experience living in Los Angeles for the record.
Difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like and the threat.
I do see what it's like. I walk down the street and I generally feel pretty safe. Generally feel pretty safe. Now, that's not to say that people aren't the victims of violent crime. Like, what percentage of people who live in LA County have been the victims of violent crimes? Not committed by family members, because I would bet that the majority of people that have experienced violent crime, it's like domestic violence stuff, right? I would assume that that's probably the bulk of that. Violent crime rates in Los Angeles County are on the order of 5.4 per 1,000 residents per year. That corresponds to roughly a 0.5% chance per year that any randomly selected county resident to be reported victim of violent crime. But that doesn't take into account, because technically, like, domestic violence would be considered violent crime, right? So like that doesn't take into account that. So I assume it's much lower, like 0.1%, 0.2%. You live in a big city for enough years, and maybe you feel a little uncomfortable when you first move there. It's a lot, moving to a big city is a really big change. But then over time, you live your life and you're not the victim of a violent crime. And then that goes on for years, and then you generally feel safe. And I would assume that most people in Los Angeles generally feel safe. I would assume. Could be wrong about that, but
The danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it.
Oh, what? What word was that? Was that a slur? What, am I going to get in trouble? What did he just say?
And they got their pants around the ankles. You're going to run also. And
it's a shitty car. You're getting a gun. I'm getting a gun not because I fear violent crime in the area that I live. I'm getting a gun in case society collapses. That's literally what it's about. That is literally that is what it's all about for me. There's a non-zero chance that society could just totally collapse on any given day. Now, I'm not saying it's a high probability, but the longer I live, the more possible it becomes. Like, I had the thought that when the fires were raging, that was crazy. They were like, I was surrounded by fires. Just, you couldn't step outside. The water was, the air was so bad. And part of me was in my head thinking like, shit, is everything just going to fucking crumble at some point? I don't anticipate, spending thousands of dollars on like a doom prepper hobby. I have a friend who did that, by the way. I have like a really good friend. He's a smart guy too. And he got addicted to doomsday prepping. And he spent thousands of dollars. I don't know what happened with him or how he got down that road, but I don't think I'm going to succumb to a doomsday prepper addiction. But I do want a gun just in case like shit pops off, Like, I think about what would happen if the power went out all over the country. It doesn't even need to be in the country. It could just be like, what if the power went out in a 200-mile radius from where I live? It's moments like those where I want a fucking gun. Like, I just don't trust human beings. to act rationally in a moment like that. But I'm not buying a gun I'm not going to get a concealed carry. Well, no, I'm not going to do it. I probably won't get a concealed carry license. But that's the only reason I want a gun. I just want the option. I just want to have it just in case. Just in case. How the hell would you conceal that thing anyways? Technically you can. I looked it up. Technically you can conceal carry an Anaconda Colt 44, which is 13 inches from the front of the barrel to the back of the grip. You would just have to get like a chest holster or something. I don't know. I mean, but yeah. Can you imagine doing a concealed carry with a Colt 44 Magnum? Hutch, get a CCW license just for the practice. It's good to know. I mean, I won't lie. I did think about it, but no, I'm not. I told you guys, I'm not just getting the Colt is the gun that my dad is gifting me. I'm gonna buy my own kind of more compact handgun. I've been told that Glocks are the move. That's what I've been told. My dad says get a Smith & Wesson. I don't know. I'm not picky. Give me like a $500, $600, like handgun compact. Is that your Colt 45 or are you just happy to see me? I don't know what a 45 is. Yeah. Shotgun and you don't have to aim. I just don't like shotguns. I don't like shotguns. I did not have a good experience shooting a shotgun. Maybe I need to try again. Because when I fired a shotgun, I was 6'3", 135 pounds, and it nearly sent me airborne, and it hurt. It physically hurt. I was also shooting a Spaz 12. I don't know if that's more powerful than other shotguns, but I was doing it with the worst form too, because I was leaning back. I don't know why I did that. I was like leaning back. And the person who the firearms instructor that we were doing the video with that day didn't correct my posture at all. But if you go back and watch that respawn video, I'm like leaning back shooting a Spaz 12. It's just the worst posture for that. Yeah.
I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. In Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference. And everybody.
Now that seems like, are people on SSRIs more or less likely to commit acts of violence? I guess directed at other people. Directed at other people. I would guess less. Maybe I'm wrong about that. He talks about statistics and representation and per capita and blah, 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 blah. And he keeps like knocking people who take SSRIs. I would bet you anything that people that are on SSRIs for depression probably commit way less violence than the median, right? We'll let it think for a little bit.
He knows that, but you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable.
For the most part, being on an SSRI does not appear to make them generally more violent and may even lower risk in some cases by treating conditions that contribute to aggression. There is some evidence of a small increase in violent crime among younger people, during periods when they're prescribed SSRIs, but the absolute risk is low, and it's very hard to separate the effect of the illness from the medication. That's the other thing too, is if a 15-year-old is taking an SSRI, then the underlying condition might be the thing that is prompting slightly elevated levels of violent crime. But yeah, I can't find any. I'll do a Google search as well, or a Bing search as well. But I've never read of it being the case that people on SSRIs are more likely to fucking kill people, commit
No problem
violence.
saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
PolitiFact says mass violence is rare. Violent crime rates in the United States have ultimately decreased, not increased, in the decades since antidepressants became available. Yeah, that's the other thing to consider too. Yeah. Violent crime has dropped by 50%, roughly over 50% since the peak in the 90s. And since in that time, in the last 30 years, SSRIs have been they've been prescribed way more than they used to. Millions of U.S. adults take prescription medications such as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, to treat anxiety and depression every year. Research has not proved that SSRIs cause violence, experts said.
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are...
Have you heard of the lead crime hypothesis? No.
...driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
you're the product of an interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake of argument, sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
for the sake of argument,
the very person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
and Europeans.
It's not white,
though, is it? It's not white.
Well, you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
not
a
really. You just keep saying you only want to live in a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out.
Co-pilot says Hispanic is not considered a race. It is classified as an ethnicity. According to Census Bureau, individuals who identify as Hispanic can belong to any race, which means that Hispanic encompasses a diverse range of racial identities. This distinction is important as it reflects multicultural heritage of Hispanic individuals. So, what is the dominant race? I guess we can come up with a different word than dominant. What is the most? What is the racial composition of Mexico? 62% mestizos, which is a mix of indigenous and European ancestry. 21% indigenous, and 17% others, which includes individuals of African, Asian, and Middle Eastern descent.
Out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing.
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any?
Swanibird with $2. Why would Piers even give this loser a platform? Well, this is why. I don't know if you guys can see it. 2.5 million views in one day. That's why. He's very topical. Everyone's talking about Nick Fuentes. He's getting a lot of attention these days. And, you know, like if you go to Tucker Carlson's YouTube page, I'm sure the Nick Fuentes video did way bigger numbers than his videos normally do. Tucker Carlson. When was this conversation with Nick? There it is. 2 weeks ago, got 1 million views. Ironically, Tucker's conversation with, actually, you know what? Honestly, the Nick Fuentes conversation didn't get a lot more views than he normally. Oh, never mind. Hang on. Wait a second. No, I take it back. His conversation with Nick Fuentes got 6.7 million views a month ago, compared with the rest of these videos, which range, I would say the median ranges between like 750,000 and 1.5 million, somewhere in that range. His conversation with Nick Fuentes got 6.7 million views. That's why he's being invited on these platforms. I actually don't have a problem with Piers Morgan inviting him on the platform because he's spending the entire time pushing back. I don't see that as an issue, personally.
Any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many are black?
The honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first.
They just edited something out. I don't know what they edited out right there, but there's a little jump cut there.
First thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding.
Well, to be clear, his worldview is on the decline, and it's been on the decline for decades. I don't think he's wrong that you know, the idea that you can totally get rid of that kind of thinking is probably wildly unrealistic. I think there's always going to be some element of people who feel a sense of tribalism along racial lines. What percentage of the population that's going to be, I can't give you like specific numbers, but at least in America, we've been, you know, and I assume in many other countries, but at least in America, we've been moving away from this. Like, guys, like this, what he's saying is really, that would have been so normal. That's a good way to put it. Like the kind of stuff that he's pushing in terms of pushing against interracial relationships and leaning into this kind of like racial tribalism, that was just the norm in this country for a significant percentage of the country for decades. And it's really been over the course of my lifetime where that has changed significantly. I was born in 1983. And over the course of my lifetime, the United States has moved away from this kind of racial purity, and we've moved towards more tolerance, more acceptance, more celebration of multiculturalism. And I would say the reason why, one of the reasons why Nick has such a dedicated following is because it's because they're losing. It's because this worldview has been on the decline for decades. And this is their kind of extreme pushback against a kind of change that they reject, a kind of change in the culture in this country that they view as a bad thing. But the reason he's so popular is because they've been losing for 4 decades, which sounds contradictory, but it's not. And then, of course, social media platforms amplify more controversial, divisive, incendiary figures and rhetoric. And so it's like a combination of those things. But his worldview is losing. It's still declining. It's still declining. I was just looking up like what percentage of babies born in America today are what we would call like mixed race? What percentage of babies born in the US would be considered mixed race? I guess that's a really loaded expression, because technically if your parents are like, if you're like Italian and Irish, is that mixed race? But like, what are the races? Okay, hold on. I've looked this up before. What are the races of humans? Like, I was kind of mind blown when I found out that British was a race. This is just so I did a Bing search and the that's not right. Hold on. Neuro World, what are the 5 human races? There are 5 human races. What are the 6 races of humans? Science Oxygen. What is this? Can I even say that word? This is a very confusing topic. I think Hutch is running into a dark part of the science world. That's what I'm getting from some of these results. Let's ask Grok. What kind of answer is Grok going to give? List all of the different human races. Let's ask somebody who called himself Mecha Hitler. Now, this is an interesting question to ask Grok, to see where Grok is at these days. Woke Grok strikes again. The concept of distinct human races as biological categories, implying discrete, genetically defined subgroups with clear boundaries, does not align with modern scientific understanding. Genetic research, including the Human Genome Project and subsequent studies, show that human genetic variation is continuous, mostly within populations rather than between them, and does not support sharp divisions into races. Damn. Grok it's gotten more woke, you guys. They can't stop the woke. But British is defending not a race. All I know is like on my mom and my uncle's 23andMe, they listed are they listing ethnicities and nationalities and not race? What are they listing? Because it said my dad was like 88% British. Like, my dad is super British. Isn't it country of origin? Oh, that makes more sense. So British is not a race. Gotcha. Here I was thinking it was a race. I was so confused because I thought it was like I thought that's what the test told you, was like, these are the race of your ancestors. It's like saying American is a race. Well, now I feel stupid. To be fair, I kind of acted stupid. I've said that 1,000 times on stream and none of you motherfuckers corrected me. Not one of you guys said it's definitely not rage bait. I thought 23andMe gave you, they were like DNA tests, and they would tell you what race you were. And I saw British and I was like, what? Excuse me? So what is an Anglo-Saxon? Like, what exactly is that? What does that mean? Let's learn things together today. Relating to or denoting the Germanic inhabitants of England from their arrival in the 5th century up to the Norman conquest. It just says of English descent, of, in, or relating to the Old English language. Huh. Okay. History of the Anglo-Saxons explained in 13 minutes. I'm going to bookmark that and then watch it later. On my walk. Story of England. I'm going to listen to that on my walk this afternoon. Okay.
Understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals.
It's an ethnicity. Oh my God, Hutch, how much weed did you smoke when you were young? Race equals color, ethnicity equals origin. Where you were raised. I smoked a lot of marijuana. In high school, it was like we would smoke on the weekends. It's kind of hard to smoke weed like near or at your home when your dad is a cop. That's like pretty perilous. And my dad hated weed, you guys. Holy shit, he hated weed. My dad hated weed. That's probably one of the reasons why I started smoking so much weed, is because I rebelled against my dad pretty significantly. When I became an adult, just put fucking 15 piercings in my face. And but once I got to college, I was 18 years old. I started smoking a lot of weed in the second semester of college. So I would have been like 18 and a half years old. And so for about 2 years, it was like every day, all day. Smoked in the car, smoked in the morning, smoked in the afternoon, smoked in the evenings, showed up to work high. I was just high 24 hours a day for a couple of years. It was a lot. It was a lot. And then I got clean, and then I started smoking weed again in my adult years. And it was like every day. Yeah. Every day. Yeah.
Said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally far fewer.
But how many?
Fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up. I don't have it in front of me.
You're obviously...
Well, don't make the claim if you don't have something to base it on. Just say, I don't know. Because otherwise it just makes it look like you're making an assumption. Hold on.
Extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea.
Pisco with the redirect on YouTube. Pisco, welcome Pisco people. We still have to talk about the Ethan thing. We still have to finish that conversation. Pisco's audience, I made this joke last time, famously huge fans of mine. Boy, do they love me in Pisco's chat. Let me tell you.
How many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience. Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the
perpetrated
neck.
by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're implying that white people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course.
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
Of course, deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know.
No disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced
this is why racism is, it's so, like, this kind of racism is so baby brained. We already mentioned it before, but there's no instinct in him to be, like if you suffered some violent crime that was committed by a white person, there doesn't seem to be any room in his analysis for the idea that you should be skeptical of white people moving forward. But if it's committed by, like, it's just nonsensical. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
The whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. The problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism. They're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation.
There's also a collectivization, I don't know if that's a word, when it comes to racism, that is just fucking ridiculous when you think about it for 2 seconds. Black people are obviously not a monolithic group, nor are white people. And yet there's this, like, if one person from that group commits some kind of an action, then there's this collective sense of responsibility that people like Nick Fuentes assign to these people. I guess I'm repeating myself. I'm saying the same thing I said before, but it's just so silly. Never in my life have I ever felt any sense of responsibility for when a white person commits a crime. Like, I've never had the thought, like, could I have done something different to prevent this white person that I don't know and I've never met from committing a crime? Like, it's absurd.
And now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
so
the
just
body
to be clear,
cam footage, on cops.
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Turn this around on me.
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very clever.
What black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
Kanye West is like the epitome of untreated mental illness combined with narcissism. Like, he is just one of the worst, most malignant narcissists in all of like show business. He did something recently though. I wonder if him and Nick Fuentes still get along, because did you guys see the thing where Kanye West went to a rabbi and he was like sitting down and having a conversation with this old rabbi, and there was a translator in the room, and Kanye West was like apologizing for all the anti-Semitism? Did you guys see that video? And then they hugged at the end of it. Hutch, I'm behind on the stream, but I've been having a very long conversation on the latest episode of Live and Learn with the whole Ethan Klein lawsuit in the comments. Gotcha. That whole situation. We can save that conversation. I'll have a direct one-on-one conversation with Pisco about it. I think Pisco is focusing on he's focusing on still like a very hyper-specific element of the litigation, but we'll get into that when we have a conversation.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why.
He apologized the one time and then went back to blasting the Jews. Is he back to anti-Jewish stuff? Did Kanye West go back to the anti-Semitism stuff? Is he doing anti-Semitism again? I'm talking months ago. I know he had that thing like a few months ago. He was like, he went on Twitter and was like, just out of the blue one day was like, I'm so sorry about all the anti-Semitism. It was wrong, blah, blah, blah. Did the bipolar guy have another episode? What a question. He just like bipolar. My understanding is that bipolar is extremely manageable with medication. I think that's what I found. That's certainly been my experience. Is bipolar disorder considered one of the, what's the best way to phrase this? Is medical treatment for bipolar disorder considered more reliable and effective than treatment for other serious mental illness? I think I remember other mental illnesses. I think I remember reading that like bipolar disorder has a crazy good track record in terms of meds. Apparently I was wrong. No, bipolar treatment is not simply more reliable than treatment for other serious mental illnesses, but it is one of the clearer success stories of medication in psychiatry, especially for acute mania. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Acute mania usually responds quite well to medication. Acute bipolar depression is harder. And relapse is very common. but long-term mood stabilizers do reduce the number and severity of episodes. I still deal with downswings for sure, but the downswings for me are not like they used to be. Like I do have kind of almost a predictable pattern where every 2 or 3 months I will I'll have a kind of miniature episode of acute depression, but it's not nearly as intense as it used to be. Like the previous downswings were really dark, like hard to function, hard to get out of bed. And I haven't had any instance of like hypomania since I've been on medication. But medication for me was like a life changer. It's definitely a life changer. But somebody wrote that it can impact people's creativity, which is why artists don't like to take it. That's pretty common. I think Tom York, for example, I'm pretty sure he was diagnosed bipolar, but doesn't like to take medication because he felt like it stifled his creativity. I think there are a lot of musicians that are diagnosed bipolar. That seems to be super common. Of course, you referenced Tom York. Well, there's Tom York, there's Kanye West, there's Carrie Fisher, played Princess Leia, she was bipolar. Ted Turner, who owned like TNC, was bipolar. There's been a lot of bipolar people, like a lot of famous bipolar people.
Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
You keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by... interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
Okay,
do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I...
Swanee Bird, I'm so sorry I missed the $5. Are you still in the YouTube chat? Anglo-Saxon refers to the culture group that emerged following the Saxon invasion plus colonization of the British Isles, displacing the native Celtic people. Gotcha.
I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time,
is Kanye considered one of the better lyricists in hip hop? Because I have never found his lyrics to be that great. Jen says yes, he is. It's just vibes, no? He would just say stuff like, we're all self-conscious, I'm just the first to admit it. And it's like, you are not the first person to admit that you're self-conscious. He has some silly lyrics though, man. You remember his lyrics for the song E.T.? Let me just read the lyrics. They're so bad. That song's a bopper. That song's a knee slapper for sure, but the lyrics are so dumb. Kanye West E.T. lyrics. I got a dirty mind, I got filthy ways. I'm trying to bathe my ape in your Milky Way. What does that even mean? I'm trying to bathe my ape in your Milky Way. I mean, I think I understand what it means, but I don't understand what it means at the same time. I'm a legend, I'm irreverent, I'd be reverend. I'd be so far up, we don't give a fuck. Welcome to the danger zone. Step into the fantasy. You are not invited to the other side of sanity. That's actually pretty. I like that one. They're calling me an alien, a big-headed astronaut. Maybe it's because your boy Yeezy gets ass a lot. I just don't get it. They say, be afraid. You're not like, no, hold on. That's not it. Hold on. This is the part where it gets really bad. I know a bar out in Mars where they're driving spaceships instead of cars. Cop a Prada spacesuit about the stars. Getting stupid high straight up out the jars. Pockets on Shrek. Rockets on deck. Tell me what's next. Alien sex. Pockets on Shrek. What the fuck does that even mean? What's the other song? What's the song he did with where the music video was Kim naked on a motorcycle with him again? What color is Shrek? You fucking dummy. Oh, wait, hold on. Pockets on Shrek. That doesn't make any sense. Come on. Bound 2 lyrics. Hold on. Those were some all of them other N-words lame. You know it now. When a real N-word hold you down, you're supposed to drown. Hold on. Wait, hold on. What you doing in the club on a Thursday? She say she only here for her girl birthday. They ordered champagne, but still look thirsty. Rock Forever 21, but just turned 30. You know what? Honestly, that's not bad. But there's like a couple lines in here that get pretty bad. I want to fuck you hard on the sink. After that, give you something to drink. Step back. Can't get spunk on the mink. I mean, damn, what would Rome think? Honestly, you know what? I take it back. Some of these lyrics are pretty good. I take it back.
He doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
What we're talking
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about
Talk about anti-Semitism. Okay.
That you don't. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate.
Isaac Newton was 23 when he discovered gravity, but T-Pain was 23 when he rhymed mansion with Wisconsin. So take that, nerds.
All Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jew.
What? Wait, what is this? Lyrics that look like shit posts. I gave my cousin head. Kanye West, Cousins. Oh, I forgot. Some of his raps got dark, man. I forgot about that.
Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail.
What is it about Judaism in particular that has made it such a... Because anti-Semitism hits like different, you know? There's something about anti-Semitism that it's its own unique kind of form of bigotry that is just so intense and elevated, and it brings out the crazy in people in a way that other forms of bigotry don't. Like, what is it about anti-Semitism in particular that brings out the actual crazy side of people? Is it literally Jesus Christ? Is that what started this?
The money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the thing.
Like, I kind of feel dumb because it wasn't until the last couple of years that I fully understood, well, not fully, but like that I more comprehensively understood how widespread anti-Semitism is. I just saw it everywhere in ways that I think Anna Kasparian is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because she went down a rabbit hole. Like, what is it about anti-Semitism that makes someone like Anna Kasparian cite Fox News as a source for the claim that Mossad agents were dancing when 9/11 happened? She's like, oh, you think I'm lying? Check out this Fox News segment from 25 years ago. Like, how does that happen? Like, what goes on internally that leads them down the rabbit hole? Obviously, Candace Owens is a really good example of this. Like, I feel like she's become more and more psychotic, like literally psychotic, the more that she's gone down the anti-Semitism rabbit hole. It just brings out the crazy in people.
15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States or Europe or elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I
would assume that other groups, like members of other groups, have formed similar kind of bodies. It's not like these people are voted in by all Jewish people in the world. If there is such a thing that he's talking about here, it's a thing that just like people independently established of themselves or whatever. Like the fucking Vatican. Oh yeah, well there you go. There's that.
What they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
It just sounds like an advocacy group, right? Like an organized advocacy group. Like, how is this atypical? How is this something that is specific or unique to Jewish people?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years. And they have.
I mean, there's a lot of people on the earth beyond just Jewish people who don't think that Jesus Christ is the Messiah.
Been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why.
No, Buddhists don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. Hindus, Confucianists, Taoists, Native Americans, Muslims. Muslims believe that Jesus was a prophet, but I don't think they think he was the Son of God, right?
There's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics. Therefore, we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Where is this part of the conversation going to go?
Who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow.
because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It's also it was because it was just one of the worst genocides, one of the most horrific and barbaric genocides that the world has ever seen. I think that's probably why.
Really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was.
This kind of approach, I have to say, I don't think it's the right approach. If you're going to, I think you need to be so much more thoughtful and psychological to really try to skewer someone like Nick Fuentes, because this approach of like showing them clips of things that they've said in the past and then basically asking them, what do you have to say for yourself? Are you ashamed? It doesn't work on people who don't have shame. The whole point of the culture around people like Nick and, in a lot of like right-wing spaces is based on, yeah, I said it. I'll say it again. I'll double down. Like, that's what they do. That's their whole thing. And for whatever reason, some people find appeal in that. I don't really get that. That's a bit childish for me. But the double down, triple down, quadruple down, or no, I don't feel ashamed. Like that kind of rhetoric is considered like real, I guess. It's considered real. There's a lot of people that are drawn to that kind of thing. It's like, oh, I like this guy. He doesn't apologize for anything. It's all very superficial and dumb, but I think you need to be more calculating. Like, I think he was onto something with the whole stuff about his dad. Clearly, it upset Nick, kind of threw him off kilter a little bit. That was a good line of questioning. But for the last 30 minutes of this discussion, it's just been this back and forth of Piers showing old clips and Nick basically just being like, yeah, I said it, I don't care. It's just not a very good strat in my mind.
It's a joke, but do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
I do actually. I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
and now he's just trolling, right? Like just
million.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's
like, who I think would be a brilliant interviewer of Nick Fuentes and who I would love to, like, Loner Boy. Get somebody who has done a deep dive into insane claims from Nazis. Get somebody who is very well educated on the insane conspiracy theories and historical revisionism and the Holocaust denialism. Like, Loner Box is very studied on that topic. And that would be a fun interaction. But this whole strat of Piers being like, what do you have to say for yourself? That just does not work on people like Fuentes.
Really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that
this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started.
There's been so much debate, bro. There's been so much tension between historians and Nazis spanning decades. There's a movie about this with, what's her name from, she's married to Daniel Craig. She was in the Mummy films. What's her name again? Can't remember her name. But there's a movie based on a true story. It might be on Netflix. I want to say her name is Rachel something. Rachel Wise. Yeah. And it's based on a true story. Jewish historian was sued by a Nazi, like basically like a Nazi. And the movie's all about the court trial. And it's basically like putting Holocaust denialism on trial is what it kind of turned into. It's based on a true story. But no, there's been so much debate about the Holocaust that has spanned decades.
Started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
He'll give himself wiggle room. He'd be like, well, I don't know. I'm not a historian. He does this whole thing. It's so cowardly. This retreat to irony, or this retreat to like trolling, you know? I read an article about this recently, semi-recently, about how irony has become so pervasive with like 4chan types, like the 4chan dudes. I'm not just talking about incels, but like a huge part of their collective identity is this irony that you can retreat to at any moment to just back off. Yeah, like the Sam Hyde stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than that.
Well, it could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you
I think you're right. It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it could be 100 times more than that.
Okay, the people are going to be.
It could be 100 times more when, like, he's obviously trolling. How could it have been 600 million when the population of Jewish people at the time was what? 10 million or 12 million across the entire world? I don't know what it was. Or was it? I don't know. What percentage of Jewish people were killed during the Holocaust? Wasn't it like over half?
Well, let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying.
Is it 16 million? Okay, maybe it was a third, yeah.
I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on.
Like I don't think Piers knows what he's doing. Like that's why if you're going to interview someone, you need to be familiar with his playbook. And I'm sure Piers has a team of people that are quite competent, but I just don't think he himself is like really familiar enough with Nick to have this conversation and let him worm out of these things the way that he is.
Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the
Auto Cavalry, just like you and APAC Dems. I think it's time for us to part ways, Otto. I'm looking at your chat history. I'm a little concerned about you, and I don't think you're contributing to a positive community. So, good luck to you in your future endeavors. I wish you nothing but the best.
truth is so clear, and if
you fucking weirdo, why are you typing this weirdo shit in my chat?
If there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided,
everything should be debated. That seems a bit silly. Maybe in terms of like intellectual exercise, I suppose. Maybe you could argue that there's some merit in terms of intellectual exercises in a case-by-case situation, but like I don't think we need to debate that, you know, stuff like gravity, you know, the rate of descent in a vacuum, the like laws of thermodynamics. Not sure we need to debate these things. Whoops. There's certain things in our history, in our world history, that there's not really like a whole lot of debate about.
let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which is...
Hutch, how many times have you mentioned Islamophobia in your career? I would guess quite a bit. Like a lot. I would guess. Especially during Trump 1.0. We definitely talked about that quite a bit. You say none? Wait, hold on. Huh?
It's evolved slightly, actually, over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like.
IHOP Grand Slam is better than every Brit breakfast food. I went to England once for a very short window. I was only in England for like 2 full days. I spent some time in Cambridge and just like an hour in London. But I did have what I think was an English breakfast at a hotel in Cambridge. Was it Cambridge? I think so. I thought it was goddamn delicious. Yeah, the beans, like thick, round strips of bacon. I guess it was just ham. Like it was like beans and ham and potatoes, and it was fucking delicious. I thought it was lovely. Yeah, there were definitely mushrooms and tomatoes. Yep.
To see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of the.
Did you see the cold snap update for Arc Raiders is Tuesday? No. Wait, what day is it today? Is it today? What do you mean? When's the new update coming out?
these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative.
12/16, so it's in a week. Cold snap is coming. Nice. That'll be fun. Snow conditions on these maps. I don't know what they did with Arc Raiders, but they found a way to make an Unreal 5 game that is so well optimized. It's crazy. It's like the best optimized Unreal game Unreal 5 game that I've played yet, for sure. I do get crashes with the game. My computer has blue screened a number of times. Have you guys had that? Do I have any Arc Raiders players in here? I had 3 different blue screens, like one a week, and it was after I closed the game down. And I think it was related to memory, to RAM. I looked it up and I was being told to disable XMP, which like overclocks your RAM. Alt Red Dragon, thanks so much for 65 months. Appreciate it. Probably needed to update your graphics card drivers. No, I already did that. I haven't had a crash in like a week and a half, so it seems fine now. But I have had to... Oh, did I lose my train of thought? I got distracted by chat a little bit.
Narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed.
I've had to verify the integrity of the game files a few times. So for some reason, after prolonged playing, it'll give me some error that says some files have been corrupted in the game. And so like certain audio cues won't work or something. Something weird. And then I have to verify the integrity of the game files, and then it works fine.
And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been... There's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other...
I think if you have an event in history, and we aren't even 100 years removed from that event, where more than a third of all Jewish people in the world were killed, I think that is a rational basis for Jewish people to feel a sense of vigilance about their safety and standing and where, in whatever country they live in. I feel like that's a bit justified after an event like that.
Tragedy is treated that way, and no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust, you can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile
He's doing the thing again where it's like he shows him a clip and it's like, what do you have to say for yourself? And Nick's just going to do the same thing again.
And kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
You regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No.
Yeah, it's so predictable. It's so unbelievably predictable.
No, that's absolutely true.
I mean, to your point, Shortium, I think, you know, people like Netanyahu might be the example that Nick Fuentes was thinking about there. But broadly speaking, this idea that Jewish people think that the Holocaust having happened means that they're never accountable for the things that they do. That's not something that I've observed to be very widespread.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them,
and I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest,
this is the problem. You see, it's a bit like when you just say, "I'm a racist." You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish
bro, this is just not the way to interview Nick Fuentes.
Person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's
Alt Red Dragon, did I get you for 65 months? Thank you, buddy.
Let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin, my grandmother on my father's side.
I actually think I like this strap.
It ended up being 1 out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well,
I mean, I do think that so were you guys taught about, what were you guys taught about Mao and Stalin when you were in junior high or high school? I really don't remember being taught about them at all. Like, if they were discussed, I don't think that was discussed at length. Somebody said a shit ton, but I don't. Are you in the United States? Like, I don't remember reading a lot about either of those men, and both of them are responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of their own people. That is something I don't think. Probably, I don't know if it's changed these days, but it certainly wasn't discussed enough in the schools that I went to as a kid. In terms of total death count, Mao and Stalin are the two worst. How many people did like Genghis Khan kill in acts of conquest? Let me look that up real quick.
Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
Yeah, you might
we
be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So
Yeah.
maybe the
Estimates for Genghis Khan are between 20 and 40 million people were killed during his years of war and conquest. So, but like Mao and Stalin are competitive. I think most estimates have Mao and Stalin both having killed more people. It's in the same kind of ballpark, and yet we didn't spend a lot of time talking about either of those two. And we did spend a lot of time talking about Hitler, which, you know, that's, to be fair, we should, that's a pretty important part of human history. But isn't that weird? Like, why didn't we talk about that? Why weren't we taught more about that about those men?
pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
oh my
were
gosh,
murdered.
yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're, you know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because
and
he doesn't
dad
find
got
it
killed
funny
by...
when you say Hitler's very fucking
I don't
cool.
care.
He finds
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a
That's the
prominent
problem.
conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. Now, what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
I mean, that was awkward phrasing, to be fair. Alex, thank you so much for $10. I'm down bad. I got ratioed by my favorite YouTuber on X for agreeing with him about Jasmine Crockett's Senate bid. Love the content. Hope all is well, brother. I'm down bad. I got ratioed by my favorite YouTuber on X for agreeing with him about Jasmine Crockett's Senate bid. Wait, hold on. Now you got to link me the tweet. Don't leave me in suspense. I think Jasmine Crockett, that whole situation, you know, I'm still hopeful for Tallarico, man. I think Tallarico's got the juice. I think he can beat her. I think he's got the juice, man. I think he can beat her. I hope she's not the nominee. I just really hope she's not the nominee. I got accused of racism. It was just some random Twitter account. Who gives a fuck? But it was like, oh, it's convenient that you're so opposed to the black woman in the race. I'm like, well, is Graham Plattner a black woman? Is that why I oppose him? Twitter vibes does not a good candidate make. No, it does not. I do think her announcement video is really smart in a primary. You know, she's targeting the energized anti-Trump Democratic base. That seems to be the tone that she's going for, but if a Democratic candidate for Senate wins in a state like Texas, they're gonna have to appeal to at least some Trump voters. But she doesn't seem to think that. Like, she thinks that she can win just by energizing her own base, which, what is the logic there? I don't understand how she could possibly think that.
How will you make voters who previously voted for Trump, particularly given that you have been an outspoken critic and he has inserted himself, just take your campaign video as is. He has inserted himself at every turn when it comes to your commentary. How will you convert those who are supportive of him to voters for you?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll necessarily convert all of Trump's supporters. That's not our goal.
Do you need to?
Our goal is to definitely talk to people. No, we don't. We don't need to. Our goal is to make sure that we...
Well, you don't need to convert all Trump voters, but you need to convert a decent chunk of them.
Can engage people that historically have not been talked to.
This strategy just never fucking works. This is the Bernie Sanders strategy. This was the Bernie Sanders logic. Was he would win. The theory of the case for his run in the primaries in 2016 and 2020 was that he was going to electrify and energize a dormant base of support with young voters. And that did not happen. It didn't happen. The packed crowds with, you know, with younger people didn't translate to a massive surge in voting among younger voters. And he got stomped in 2020. I mean, he lost comfortably in 2016, but he got really stomped out in 2020. Mamdani did it different times. That's true to a certain degree. How effective was Mamdani at turning out first time or low propensity voters? I think that is true for Mamdani, but that's a D plus. New York City, I think, was, when I looked it up, was like D plus 22. And that was a bad year for Democrats. I think New York City is typically closer to like D plus in the 30s. Texas is an R plus 12 state. So you'd have to turn out a lot of first-time voters, younger voters. According to an analysis research group in the 2025 race in New York City, over 1 in 4 youth, which is defined by 18 to 29, voted, which was a remarkable turnout in a municipal election. 75% of those voters supported Mamdani. So I take your point. I mean, I take your point. It seems to have worked out for Mamdani. It seems like that strat benefited him, but this is a dramatically different electorate. Texas is not a state that you can. How many first-time voters do you expect to attract to make up for Texas being an R plus 12 state? Dalzardanian with $5. The only theory that makes sense for her argument is she thinks that Republican turnout will be seriously depressed, which is a low percent bet in Texas. Snow Source, thank you so much for the tier 2 membership. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Because there's so many people that get ignored, specifically in the state of Texas. Listen, the state of Texas is 61% people of color. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of good folk that we can talk to. We know that when Beto came really close, Beto, who
Texas has the highest amount of black voters of any southern state. Did you guys know this?
Is a progressive. We know that he got 65% of the Latino vote. So what did they do after that? They specifically went after Latinos. We know that he got close to 90% or right there at 90% of the African American vote. So honestly, what we need to do is start talking to the vast majority of Texas. I think my message is very much a mainstream message. I don't know who disagrees with the fact that affordability is a real thing, except for the president, who says it's a Democratic hoax.
I just think it's so telling, and it's a horrible sign of things to come, that the first campaign message, the first campaign ad that she put out there did not focus on affordability, did not focus on the cost of living, did not focus on the cost of housing, cost of groceries, cost of the energy bill. It focused on Donald Trump. That, I think, might be a really smart strategy in a primary, but running as an anti-Trump, super partisan Democrat in Texas, I'm sorry, but the fundamentals just don't support that theory at all. And I would love to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I will admit it, but I really question that. And maybe she wins the primary and then does a massive pivot in the general. I guess we'll just play it by ear and see how this thing plays out. But I did not love that first ad. Didn't love the tone of that first ad. And I'm obviously super anti-Trump, but I'm just trying to imagine what I think would be effective in a state like Texas. And I just that seems very dubious. Little Boots says, you never admit when you're wrong. That's not true. Come on, you're trolling me right now.
But when somebody goes to the grocery store nowadays, whether it's in East Texas or whether it's right here in Dallas, Texas, or whether it's in Austin or West Texas, let me tell you, they are looking at those grocery prices.
Okay, well, she's doing it there, but just not in the first campaign ad. The first campaign ad was just a compilation of Donald Trump calling her low IQ.
And they are thinking we deserve better, knowing that we do the amount of trade that we do in the state of Texas. Yet right now, there are these unwarranted tariff wars that is directly impacting us, knowing that we do agriculture big in Texas. We do everything bigger in Texas, but we do ag big, and understanding that we are hitting record-breaking bankruptcy filings by our farmers. Listen,
The King in Yellow, thank you so much for the primer. I will not repeat what he said about that.
message is real simple. I'm looking out for you, your survival, and the survival of your kids as it relates to affordability, being able to actually go and access health care.
Isn't it proven that attack ads don't work as well as positive ads? I would be highly skeptical of that. I don't think that's true, but I don't know. I don't know what study you're looking at.
Being able to send your child to school, being able to afford a roof over your head. If that's not, what Trump supporters want, then fine. Then they absolutely won't listen to me. But I'm here for the everyday person, the person that's not the billionaire on the list that Trump has decided to take care of, but the people that he left sitting out in the cold, just like he did when he decided to be sworn in, and he decided that Inauguration Day, he would have it inside while so many of his lawyer supporters were outside.
I got it. I don't. Oh, I'm so depressed. I'm so depressed. I'm very sad. Texas is winnable in 2026, guys. I know we say that every year or every fucking election cycle. I know it never happens, but this time it's different. I swear to you guys, this time it's different. That is a winnable race. Paxton is a uniquely horrible candidate. That's another example on the other side of primary voters making a decision that is not smart for the general, because Paxton looks very likely to prevail. It looks like Paxton is going to be the nominee. It could be, maybe things change, but. And is it Cornyn that he's looking to unseat? Is that who it is, guys? Is it Cornyn? What seat is up for grabs in Texas? It's Cornyn's seat, right? He polls way better against all of the Democrats. I know Allred dropped out, but previous hypothetical matchups, I've seen like 3 or 4 polls that were done comparing Cornyn, hypothetical matchup of Cornyn versus Allred, Tallarico, and Crockett. Allred and Tallarico, they were down by like 7 points, or I'll make it up, and Crockett was down double digits. But Paxton versus Allred and Tallarico, both of those were competitive. And Crockett was down like 8 against Paxton. Like, just, we are there's such a huge consequential opportunity for Democrats to win a Senate seat in Texas. And I'm so afraid that the Texas resist lib coalition are going to get so fired up by Crockett because they love the anti-Trump stuff, like the super partisan anti-Trump stuff, like it gets their blood flowing. But that is just a recipe for certain loss in Texas. I'm so convinced that strat is not going to work in Texas. What an opportunity to flip a seat in Texas. And if they throw it away, I swear to God.
Murdered 12 million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool.
The micro penis?
As a guy, you look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling. And it's cool. And, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, "Oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom." And it's like,
Shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
years ago,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers? Do you think that you would find it?
Did I miss? No, I didn't. Dodge Vidani with $2. It's the Succession bit with the TV anchor. Yeah. Solid scene. One of the best scenes in that entire series. Just checking the till here, and it seems like you're a few million short of a full.
Very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler.
Apparently, Coleman Hughes did who I don't love generally, but apparently Coleman Hughes did a really good video on Nick that we should watch tomorrow or the next day.
There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the
Midlife Maddie? Hey, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
Real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And,
not that
and what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear. Yeah, okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit warrens.
Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay, the Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about the Schindler's List? Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives.
Who says that?
Shit,
See, wait. No,
Nick
it's true, and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Shit. Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit, and you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
and in your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff. You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money.
And by the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm
have
banned from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money.
So that means he doesn't make money? So that means he can't earn money? I have no idea what his income is, but I assume he's making a very decent living. Just on donations alone, I'm sure this guy is pulling in a ton of cash, bro.
Money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
Much money? How much
if I
money
wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you, and I would go and say,
"How much money are you making?"
I'm making a lot of money now. Yeah. Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, you know, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three sons. I've got three.
Again, you know, the data just doesn't bear this out. Like the younger generation, at least in America, I don't know what the trends look like elsewhere, but the younger generation is way more accustomed to, tolerant of, more likely to celebrate like multiculturalism. Whatever swings we saw in the last election obviously were not permanent when you look at the recent opinion surveys. Young people have never been the brightest. Let's just be honest, okay? I wasn't very bright when I was young. But there's no data point that you could that you can point to support this idea that like he and his movement are winning. They're losing. They've been losing this fight. Each generation becomes more progressive and tolerant of other like different kinds of people than the previous generation.
Minorities anymore.
I've got 3 sons and they don't share your views.
Bro, I don't know how much data and numbers matter. I mean, of course they matter. That's the way that we would interrogate his claims, right? You just look at what the numbers show.
About slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration.
But even Gen Z men they have swung wildly away from Trump just in the last year since the election.
And other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different.
But you may not have been bright when you were young, but you also hadn't shit in a Tesla. That's true. That's true. I can recall 2 times in my life where I shit myself. Once was after eating like 10 pickles. My dad got a giant like drum. I don't even know, like he got like a giant container of pickles from Costco, and I ate like literally like 15 pickles because why not, right? Probably didn't drink any water, so just like dehydrated the shit out of my body. And just I woke up just powerfully shitting myself. It was so bad that I woke up while I was shitting myself. Like my eyes opened and I came back into consciousness during the act of shitting myself. And I remember what room I was in. We were still in the house. And we were still in the house in Petaluma, so I would have been, I think it was in like 5th or 6th grade. No, 3 times. I've shit myself 3 times. The second time was during, I think, like the second debate between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. I was not eating much fiber back then, I don't think. And I had a moment where I was so like, you know, like, I don't know what Trump said. I was just like, what? You know, like actually, no, I think I sharted. I think I thought it was a fart, and then it wasn't a fart. I was like, oh dear, that was not a fart. That was poo. That was poop that just came out. And then there was the the Tesla incident. There was almost another one recently, you guys. We almost had literally another, I don't know what it is about that car. We went and saw El Fin de Semana. We went and saw The Weeknd at some venue in Los Angeles. And I ordered a bunch of churros. Turns out churros, shitload of dairy. There's a lot of dairy in churros. It's like half dairy, or it's like 90% dairy. I didn't know that. And I'm lactose intolerant. I am so lactose intolerant. I am lactose intolerant. My body does not like milk or dairy or anything. Yeah.
Things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Is it, again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation to saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens?
Swanee Bird with $5. Some people learn history and think they're being targeted. Seems only an anti-Semite would take offense to hearing how many people Hitler murdered. I cannot put myself in the mind of someone who would take offense to that. It just doesn't compute.
How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this. Our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against whites.
How many Christians are there in the world?
Oh, I would guess 3 billion? I don't know. 2 billion to 3. I think it's between 2 and 3 billion.
Like me,
1 point some billion.
Yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
who am I losing to?
White people,
who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. You're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada.
I mean, I think the difference between the establishment of the state of Israel and the establishment of the United States is that the United States was explicitly established as a secular nation.
Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no,
I'm
coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the.
Oh my God, dude. It's like he can't fathom having a good relationship with your partner. He just like, his mind just can't fathom that. Like me and Esme get along. I enjoy her company. We have fun together. Enjoy our time together. I would say we're a pretty happy couple. I trust her with a lot of stuff. You know, we've done a lot of work on the relationships or on the relationship. And it's just been a, near universal positive thing for me. Like unequivocally has benefited my life. And we don't fight that much. There's little conflicts that pop up, but we have learned so many tools for how to resolve those conflicts now. So now conflicts that used to stretch on for days or sometimes like a week, that basically never happens. It's a good time, you get a partner to go through life with, somebody to be around. So you're not, by yourself, and you learn a lot about yourself. If you're willing to put in the work in a relationship, it's awesome. So it's a really good situation. Can we get Esme to chime in here? She would agree. She would agree with everything I'm saying. But he just cannot even imagine getting along with your partner and just having like generally a good relationship with them.
Raise the misogyny part of that a little later, but I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you with your rhetoric actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. My wife would be screaming about that.
This is so pathetic. This is so pathetic. He's choosing not to have a sexual and romantic partner because his house gets shot at sometimes. Come on, bro. That's not why this is happening, bro. That is not why you're not attracting women, little bro. Although I'm sure he probably gets a lot of fan mail from groiper women. Like groiper women are a thing. Like he could get women. Like I feel like I take it all back now. I don't know. People speculate about his sexuality. I won't go down that road, but he's either horrified of women or he's not interested in, and maybe he's asexual. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't even know.
That me, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one.
Like, what does he know about women? Like, what does he actually know about women?
You're actively telling them
you're
the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groybettes, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
I don't know. That was not convincing. I'm just saying. I never really buy into all the speculation about him being gay and like speculation about stuff like Don Jr. doing coke, like stuff like that. I never really buy into all that much, but that answer was not convincing to me. Can I just be honest?
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you.
Like he's normally so animated and fucking and he just got really just like, no. But I will say that women are pretty annoying. That was an interesting way to answer that question.
I have no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So
how would he even know? Like, how would he know? How would he actually know?
There's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah.
Have you ever seen this clip of Fuentes saying never having sex with a woman makes you more heterosexual? I think I've seen this clip.
People calling me gay because I've never had a girlfriend. I think if anything, it makes me less gay. Never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman, really makes you more heterosexual. Because honestly, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay. And having sex with men is gay. And it's all gay.
That was the...
Okay. I don't know what that was. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers.
What is this conversation, man? What is this conversation that I'm watching right now? This is peak Piers Morgan, by the way. This is just it's all downhill from here.
It's Do you think you're an expert in women,
free love,
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This. You're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
He's so sexually illiterate that it's like his mind cannot process the idea of, and it's not even just exclusive to women either. Like he can't process somebody having a kink or a sexual preference for like aggression. physicality, maybe some controlled violence in a safe consensual setting. Like, he cannot process that. Like, in his mind, that is just like basically the same thing as rape, but we're talking about two very different things. Like, rape is nothing like that kind of sexual encounter in a controlled, safe environment. They're just not similar. They're similar very superficially. But again, you have to be totally sexually illiterate to not understand the difference between these things. And maybe he's just trolling the whole time. Who fucking knows?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They have fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watch what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about?
It's not about rape. Has he seen these films?
I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? When people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women. They get
I'm passionate. It's an issue. I'm passionate.
Apparently, the studies show a bit of a range between 1 out of 3, somewhere in the range of 1 out of 3 to 2 out of 3 of women have had rape fantasies. There's a meta review from Leitenberg and Henning. Oh, he's getting the 62% from a figure that was presented from Bivona and Critelli from a study in 2008, one of the most detailed modern studies. Okay.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex, when are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days.
Actually, obesity rates are going down right now because we have a drug that like cures obesity now, but obesity rates in America are going down. I would be curious to know if like women now are more obese than they were in like the 50s. I don't know. Do you guys know? Are women now, are women in today's, are women today more or less obese than women in the 50s, we'll say? I mean, obesity rates broadly have gone up over the decades, so you would assume. During 2021 to 2023, about 41.3% of adult women aged 20 and over in the U.S. were classified as obese, which is a BMI of greater than 30. BMI is like a whole other can of worms, right? Like, is BMI really the thing? Like, do doctors reference BMI when they treat their patients and advise them on healthy weights? Is it all based on the BMI? Yeah, women today are more obese than they were in the 50s. There's more processed food, there's more sugar. I mean, it makes sense.
We'll tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters.
Oh my God, dude.
That say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig, because I don't know what that is. I guess
well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer.
Damn. Piers stuck the knife in.
And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively.
People always throw the word disenfranchise around incorrectly, and it drives me insane. I think he meant disillusion, but disenfranchise means like you take their right to vote away, right?
Misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a racist.
These words mean nothing to me. Oh, hang on. Whoa, can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to infer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist.
Okay.
You gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is
He's doing the Andrew Wilson does that a lot. So Andrew Wilson will get really fucking animated and he'll fucking raise his voice. No, da, 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 da. And then if you match his energy, he'll be like, calm down, okay? Calm down.
Hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
you
man.
Didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview.
Okay.
Right? You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist. And you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole...
I'm not saying
this is like a weird...
I'm not saying you have to care. Nick, you don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you...
Don't you, though? What is this?
You to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back. Crib content. Is it lowest price? Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over.
Wait, what problem does he have with Ratcliffe?
The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real.
Now he sounds a lot like Kanye.
From the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening.
What's that saying about a broken clock?
And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye. For dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women to be treated equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women and men are different.
Look,
do you believe there are two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think the Catholic Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks...
Piers kind of walked into that one, didn't he?
All women should be deprived of the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the
He's saying Catholic priests think that women shouldn't have the right to vote? Which Catholic priests? Maybe some of these Opus Dei weirdos, but...
Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote.
I think so, yeah, but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
No, what?
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look, I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
So there's a lot of things in the Bible.
Catholic...
I mean, do you think you take every word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of it.
Is this now
all of it is sacrosanct.
A theological debate? Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic position.
I am a Catholic. I just many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole basis of being Catholic is accepting. It's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah, I mean, you could say
unless you're an extremist.
But it wouldn't be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't. Okay. Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never deviate if you're an extremist. But even the Constitution's been amended, what was it, 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's been amended 27 times.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very, this is
just a statement of fact.
Theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump and somehow we got into
Trump.
You're white knighting for women.
Okay, you know what? I think I've reached my limit. We got the gist of it. There's only 20 minutes left, but I don't think I have the endurance. Can't do it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you guys, everybody who gifted subscriptions, used their primes, signed up to be a member on YouTube, sent me a donation. I really appreciate you guys. I am feeling better. Like I feel 100% today, so I think we're out of the woods. I think we're good. I think we're past the enfeebled sickness. Yesterday felt good. Today feel better. Felt rested this morning. We're good. One of these days I will fire the stream up to play Arc Raiders. I just really... Box Stripper says, good takes on AI, Hutch. Keep it up. There you go. My one supporter in chat who supports my AI takes. I will fire up the stream for an Arc Raiders thing one of these days. I just really enjoy the immersion of that game and just being very kind of singularly focused on what I'm doing. Love that in Arc Raiders. In any video game, really, but... and honestly, I'm still getting used. I started using mouse and keyboard again, and I'm still getting used to that, and developing muscle memory where there was none for the last several years, as I went back to controller to play games. So, but yeah, I'll do that one of these days. Not today. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow at the regular time. Maybe we'll set up a conversation with Pisco about the Ethan stuff. I'll send him a text. We'll figure that out. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern is the regular start time. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. Love you. Bye-bye.